Welcome everybody to the lab. I'm your host, Joshua Diaz. It is great to be here. Great to see you. Happy Friday evening, sometime Saturday, depending where you are, I guess. And maybe it's Tuesday in somebody's mind too. I have no idea, but great to be here. And we've got a wonderful evening scheduled, and we will be taking some of your calls as well. Let me introduce you to I would call him a guest, but he's more like a resident, right? Would that be the proper term? Dr. Gary Brucato. He's an author and a forensic psychologist, member of the Cold Case Foundation, and visiting scholar and overall gentleman. Good to see you.
Good to see you. They've just changed my title at Boston College to visiting researcher, which is different than visiting scholar.
What is that? What's the difference?
Researcher. Well, they've updated it to make it a little, I think a little bit more difficult of a title to
obtain.
Require. You have to have certain, you have to meet certain criteria to have it, as opposed to just kind of loosely being involved in research or something like that. I'm not sure. But I only know that I was granted it, and I'm very proud of it. So thank you for having me. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's interesting. So are there still visiting scholars?
At Boston College? No. It's been changed to visiting researcher, and it's become, I think, a little bit more difficult of a title to acquire. So I'm delighted to have acquired it.
Yeah, that's very cool.
So I've been a little busy filming for a show. I cannot announce what it is yet, but I've had to leave the state. And I've got other things going on there that will be keeping me busy. But I did post the latest raffle on the piano channel, and I appreciate people continuing to support that. We're up to number 7. It's a lot of fun interacting with people who win and get copies. I include a signed note. But for those who don't know what I'm talking about, I have a piano channel. I played the piano since I was about 4, and I've composed for a very long time. And one day just decided to start putting that stuff on YouTube. And then I had enough of a viewership that I became eligible to turn it into a monetized station, a formal net, thing where people can subscribe and all that. And in order to collect the extra dough that is needed for things like an appropriate camera and earbuds and streaming services and all these other kinds of things that I'm going to need, I have been running these raffles, which are they basically involve books that were left to me by Michael Stone, my co-author in The New Evil, or that were mine and my combined library. Because when I inherited his books, I had a lot of doubles, and then there were also a lot of books I felt I didn't want anymore. because I've already read them. We used them for research on the New Evil, and now I'm doing them in raffles of 6. I will very quickly show the 6 in the current raffle. I will say that for the past 2, the entries have been a little down, so I keep pushing the pull date ahead, because until there are a certain number of people, it's not worth it to run the raffle, because I either lose money on what I paid for the books, or it's just not fair that you have like too few people, and there are more books than there are entries or something like that. So I'll quickly show the books. They're pretty cool, actually. The first one is Cellar of Horror, which is a great book by Ken Englade, which is like the definitive book on Gary Heidnik, who was the guy I'm sure you all remember, part of the basis for Jamie Gum in The Silence of the Lambs, whose solution to being abandoned by a lot of women was to create a hole in his cellar where he would keep intellectually disabled women prisoner and force them to engage in torture and other things with each other, and in an attempt to sire a line of eternally loyal children. He is also in category 22 in the New Evil, and that's the best book on the case, in my opinion. We use that very heavily for the category 22 in the first part of the New Evil. Second one is the book Dead of Night by Gary King. I hope this isn't boring you, Josh. Is this okay?
I'm not bored, but I can't see it.
Oh, okay. Well, this one's called Dead of Night, and it's by Gary C. King with Sheila Johnson. That book is about the strangulation murder of Breonna Dennison by an ex-Marine and sexual assaulter named James Biela. It's a very disturbing book. Then there's this one, which is absolutely unbelievable. The Strange Case of Dr. Kapler, the Doctor Who Became a Killer, by Keith Russell Abloh.
It looks like Dexter on the cover.
Yeah, it's really, really disturbing, and it's just about this anesthesiologist who just went bad, and it's just an unbelievable book, and this is a collectible book, if I remember correctly. I think the hardcover of this is worth some money. Let me see if that's the one. It's like for people who collect this stuff, it's valuable. No, it's not this one. It's Appointment for Murder coming up. This one, Appointment for Murder in hardcover, is worth like $65. It's hard to get this in hardcover. So Appointment for Murder is about a dentist that went bad. And this one is by Susan Crane Bacos. It's the case of the 7-time killer Glennon Engelman, who was a dentist. It's an unbelievable story. Okay, and then 2 more. Then there's The Healer, the true story, a true story of medicine and murder by Leonard Levitt. And this is the disturbing story of the murder of Sophie Freegood by her husband, Charles Freegood, who was a physician. And just an unbelievable story.
There's a lot of physicians.
Yeah, it's because they were all in the same section, and
well, no, but I'm saying not physician books, but I mean, I get that as well. But there's so many stories about physicians because they have so much access to people. I mean, the people are putting their lives in the hands of physicians, and not all are good.
Well,
not all.
To quote Dorothy on the Golden Girls, just because men in the medical profession wear white doesn't mean they're good. And I love that line because it's true. And this book, which is by Levin and Fox, is called Mass Murder. This book really represented one of the earlier attempts. Look, it has my stamp in it from a long time ago. Yeah, this, you can't see it, but it says like from the library of Dr. Gary Brucato. So I can get. Oh, anyway, it's kind of cool, dorky, but anyway, you can't see it. Whatever. Anyway, this book represented one of the earlier efforts to kind of talk about mass murder in book form. And of course, we've collaborated with Fox, one of the co-authors, Years later, when Dr. Gerges and I did the Columbia Mass Murder Database, it sort of, became the definitive study of mass murder worldwide. And of course, all these prior researchers, a lot of them reach out and are interested in collaborating or looking at data sets and so forth. And we have had some collaboration correctly.
And people are asking, and also, yeah, we will post the link to Dr. Gary's page.
I'm going to give you the best link, which will tell people how they can acquire tickets, because they can do it by Zelle, Venmo, or PayPal. And and now this is, of course, the same way that people have sent coffee tips. And I'm almost at the amount needed to, that I've allotted for the equipment. And then we kind of go from there. Let me send you the link of that. It's going to contain all the information they need with all those links, because otherwise you're just going to have the old one that's PayPal only. And I've made a new link, so let me send that to you. Okay, I'll put it in the private chat. Which of your mods is overseeing things today?
Gary will handle it.
Okay, hold on one second. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna.
Or Martha, I don't know, one or the other.
I just realized that this is a silent process, and I didn't need to mute. Okay, so here it is. I'm now putting it in the. You want me to give it to you, or put it in the
I'll
chat?
just put it in the private chat. It's fine. I'll post it.
Okay, hold on. Share, copy. Okay, here you go. So that'll give everybody the info on the books and how they can acquire. Now, I do need like at least 10 more people to have enough to pull the tickets. So I do hope people will consider doing that. And then they go right out. Once I announce the winners, I sign the little notes. So just make sure when you send your payment, you put in the notes your address. Otherwise, I have to contact you, and it takes a little while. Okay. Oh, Deanna, if you sent me a coffee and didn't hear back from me, that's an oversight. I usually respond. Josh, the person in the audience who is a troll that has to be deleted that's the person we discussed earlier. Yes.
77.
This person, yes. Bye-bye. And that person enjoys being difficult.
Easy.
Yes. Okay. So now moving along. So I really, really appreciate that very much. And if we could just
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm putting this
Yes.
Let me make sure.
And just I want to say something outright. There is no world in which I will discuss the Charlie Kirk murder or Tyler Robinson. I will not answer a question about it. I'm not touching it with a 10-foot pole. That case is too politically charged for my taste, and I don't want to deal with it. I'm just not. It's on my banned list. So I will sit and listen to other people talk about it, but I will not comment on it. I'm already people asking me to do that. I'm not. So forget it. Get it out of your head. We can talk about any other case, but not that one.
I'll talk about it. I don't care.
I won't.
Let's see here. Okay, so there it is. And then if the mods, I'll talk about anything.
Yeah, I just want to talk about that. They can call and ask about it, but I'll
I get it.
Discuss it. Yeah, because I just feel when a case has a political element, it's not appropriate for me to wade into it.
I mean, I completely understand that. It's so much. There's so much muck and around it. It's just like.
Well, it's just that I don't think a mental health professional should comment on a political case. I think it's a bad idea.
What about? Can we talk about Malcolm X?
It's a little different. He's deceased.
Yeah, but that was political, wasn't it?
No, but I think I'll explain later the ethics around this.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Okay, let me.
It's just too heated. It's too heated. I don't want to discuss it. Yeah.
Dr.
Right.
Gates, there's been several cases like that where I just say like I'm not in. So I get what you're talking about. This isn't necessarily one of them. I'm not like I follow it a little bit, but um it's not something that I'm
Yeah, I got it.
waking up and going, oh God, what happened today?
So, you ready to jump in?
Yep, let
By the
me
way, I saw the most adorable picture of John Lamb with Karen and Chris in San Diego. Did you
I
see
saw
it?
that too.
It was the greatest thing I've ever seen. They
Those
they
guys
have it on.
are so happy to they're so happy to be together.
I
I don't
know.
know how long it's been since
I know.
they've seen each other, but
Who knows? It was so much fun. I'm sure it was so much fun. San Diego is a beautiful town.
by the way, what'd you think about John's burn the other night? That was so funny, dude.
Which
Uh,
one?
the eye comment.
I'm trying to remember it.
Remember when you were giving him
Oh,
crap?
about the things that when you were a kid, if you stopped doing it,
Dude,
you
I
would
didn't see
close
that.
your eyes.
I didn't see that coming, and it has nothing to do with being blind from being a kid. I just didn't see it. I was like, wow, that came out of nowhere. Unbelievable.
Obviously, he was joking about masturbation.
Correct.
Yes, exactly.
But it was like he's so quick, you know.
So funny.
He's hilarious.
Remember Woody Allen's joke? Don't mock masturbation. It's sex with someone I love.
I do remember that. Actually.
Moving along. So, so what are the?
But I just thought it was so funny because you were like,
I remember.
you can't, you can see that with those glasses, and I was just like, oh God, he's gonna call him Mr. Magoo, and then all of a sudden it's just like,
I know, but we love each other. John and I are like,
of
we
course,
say
he's the man.
Yeah,
John's one of the best.
we find that hilarious. Okay, so
here we go. Joey H.
oh,
You there, Joey?
Hello?
Hi.
Hold on, I'm fixing my mic. Can you hear me?
Sure.
Oh my God, my mic is acting wacky. Talk, say something, please. Brucato, talk.
Joey, I'll tell you something you'll find.
Yeah, please. Good.
I got contacted by a woman who was a longtime pen pal of Ted Bundy and has a huge stash of letters unpublished that she wants to share with me. I'm going to gain some interesting insights into him because whenever letters surface from Bundy, there's something in there that he either somebody found or or revealed or mingled the truth and lies and whatever. I think it's going to be fascinating to have a look at them.
Yeah, you know the new that biography came out, the Anne Rule biography. It came out. Kathy Scott wrote it. Came out like last month. Yeah.
Is it worth reading?
Yeah.
It is.
Okay. Yeah. Your friend is in it. What's his name? The guy who writes. Yeah. Oh, so listen. First of all, my mic's working now. First of all, you got a new sound for your bingo thing. It's called "ouch," and it means I'm pinching myself because I can't believe you guys are back on because it's been a long time.
We're back.
You're back. It's been a long time. So I have a couple before I bring up my topic.
Well, we were just on the interview room the other day together.
This is a different thing, right? This is the Dear Abby thing here, and so it's very different. Sure. So a couple things I want to talk about hate today, but before I get into hate, I got a couple things I want to get off my chest and curiosities, and one of them was the last time you did a show with Chris. You guys, you brought up about Helter Skelter, Gary, and you brought up a thing that kind of blew me away. That you said you thought that maybe you wish you could talk to them because you thought they wanted to take the baby out of her stomach or so. What was? Explain that. And I asked that just so I don't know if you know this, but I knew them very well, and I was very close to Susan Atkins. I was at her deathbed, and they were not going to remove that baby.
No. I just said that I wanted to ask. Let me explain.
Yeah.
So remember that the husband of Sharon Tate was Roman Polanski, who had created Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah.
Which is about the taking of a newborn for the purpose of turning it into the Antichrist, right? If you remember, he was
Yeah,
going to
of
be
course.
the son of the devil. Okay. Well,
Incredible movie, incredible film.
Incredible movie. And what I was interested in is when I went and filmed for that, I was hoping that I would have an opportunity to interact with the cult members that were still with us, because but it turned out we were like sort of independently filmed. Right? But I wanted to ask if part of the idea of the killing of Sharon Tate, the wife of Roman Polanski who made that movie, was to sort of create this witch-like atmosphere or idea that they wanted to do something to the baby in that way. And the reason that I think it's very interesting is, remember when oh Lord, why is her name not in my head? The woman that I wrote about in The New Evil, who was a member, Leslie Van Houten. Remember when Leslie Van Houten went in to the LaBianca home, what Charlie said to her was, do something witchy. It does appear that there was this attempt to create the atmosphere that was the kind of thing going on, to create an almost preternatural tone, to scare people and to create the construct of, to create helter skelter. And so I wondered if, inspired partially by Polanski, the idea was to do something like that with the baby, or at least to give the fake impression. And there was no denying that they knew she was pregnant. I mean, she was, I think, 8 months, pregnant. And, have you ever heard the account of her pleading for her life? And
I knew all three women very well. I worked, I was an art therapist in the beginning of my career. So I worked with, Susan Atkins became a very incredible self-taught artist, and I would show her work under a pseudonym. But they did not know. She did not know that they did. The three girls didn't know who was in that house.
That's what I wanted to
texted.
At least that's what books say. But I didn't.
It's. I knew this intimately, and I'll tell you. So there's a great book. But there's a great book called "The Myth of Helter Skelter" that Susan wrote, and you can find it on Amazon. And it's a really good.
I have it.
It's a great book of the actual. True perspective of what happened with that situation. It was, the interesting thing about that case to me is it was a true case of brainwashing. It was real. I'll tell you a couple things about Susan. Susan left the cult. She escaped. She was one of the first people who left the group because to find her son. Her son was removed from her. And she left the group and was going to testify against the entire family, had a lawyer, all of that. And she was brought back into the family, and it was true brainwashing. Her boyfriend at that time, they had secluded her at a ranch, and once they got contact with her, she went back to jail, and he described it to me like it was like talking to a different person. Her eyes were, her pupils were dilated. It was true brainwashing. But really quick, I want to tell you, I actually, she was truly remorseful. I know I can't see what's going on in the chat, and I understand if people have a real hatred for Susan. She's passed away. She died of brain cancer. But I will let you know, and I will let everybody know, she was, out of all of them, and I really mean this, out of all three, Susan was the most remorseful. Susan could not look at herself in a mirror. Susan would read all of the hate mail about her. She hated what had happened, and I know this for a fact. There was a compassionate release hearing that happened, and she was moved. The crazy thing about the case also is, there's only 2 female prisons, at least back then. My understanding was CIW, California Institution for Women, in Corona, California, and then you got up north. You have the Chowchilla. Chowchilla is where they moved her when she got the cancer. But all 3 women were incarcerated at CIW for all of those years. Leslie was let out recently. But there's a great movie called White Oleander with Michelle Pfeiffer. And it's a great movie because they shot all the exteriors at CIW, the yard. And so it's very interesting to see that movie. Anyway, I'm blabbing away, but I do want to tell you, I really, go ahead.
Before you go on.
Yeah.
I understand. Now, this is an example. The Manson story is one of those cases where almost everything that you read in a book, like, you can't take for granted is true, because you get different stories depending upon who you have talked to.
Right.
And now I can tell you that from what I've read, in summation, my understanding was, based on what other people had written, that Susan Atkins' remorse was considered very questionable by people because they felt that she had expressed it chiefly at parole hearings. And it sounds like you contradict that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let me tell you an example of that. After the compassionate release hearing, she was moved back to the Paris Slam Infirmary at Chowchilla, and they had removed her leg from blood clots. And people were writing hate mail, calling her Stumpy, all kinds of horrid things. She would want to read that mail. She wanted to live a life of being punished for her crime. And the TV, they had a little television. She would pray a lot. And there was a little television that was showcasing the earlier hearing. And I asked her, do you want me to change the channel? Not that there was many channels to pick from, because everything was talking about what had happened earlier. And she said, no, it's fine, Joey, it's fine. She was she was okay with people trashing her, and she was deeply remorseful. But anyway, she never got out, and she did die in prison. And I just want you to know she was deeply remorseful. And Bugliosi actually has commented it's crazy because she's known as the most hateful out of the group. And it's knowing all of them, I would eat with all three of them at that table. It was very crazy a situation. And she was truly but there's an emotional thing that happens. There's anyway, let me stop. I really wanted to let you know something interesting about that also, is that she had a son, and I actually located her son, and he was adopted, and he lived in Maine, and I located him. I told her I found him, and this is blah 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 blah. She did not want him to be notified. All she wanted was to know that he was okay.
Are you talking about the one that has the ZZ name?
He had originally the ZZ name during when they were together in the family. Correct.
The one that she had.
Yes, she only had one son. Yes, that's him.
Yeah,
yeah. She escaped the group to locate him. Anyway, when he's obviously an adult now. He was adopted by a wealthy family in Maine. She did not want him to be contacted. So I think that says a little bit about. But listen, the bottom line is she paid her dues. She never was released from prison, and the crime is one of the most heinous crimes in history, and so be it. And
it was a crime that Michael Stone and I used to think of as almost like an avatar of the time.
Yes,
that it occurred. There are cases that, like, for example, Columbine. There are cases that become like the embodiment of what kind of evil people are swimming in at a very particular time.
Yeah.
And the Manson case takes on that cultural quality.
Yes. Yeah.
And in fact, there were religious leaders that felt that it was fascinating that Charlie became almost like a kind of mockery of the concept of Christ. That he was.
Well, I mean, he was the antithesis of that.
Right. Phony Jesus figure.
Yeah, a true manipulator.
Yeah, and he preyed on the marginalized, the castaways, the ones that had issues. I mean, that was his bread and butter.
And he faked being crazy. The reality is he was a master manipulator. He used to, when he was at Pelican Bay. I mean, he studied Carnegie and books on hypnotism, and figured out that if he stared at people long enough, they would start to believe him. Manipulated people with drugs. He was committing sexual assault against those women, which no one ever talks about. That, Joey. I mean, they were being controlled. There's no question in my mind. I mean, he would make them do things that were outrageous. When he was held one time, he was being held for trial. They were made to walk on their knees to the courthouse, and one of the members at the time they were interviewed for the Helter Skelter show, I heard only recently, like got a pebble taken out of her knee that was like still in there.
I didn't know that.
Crawling. I mean, just think about that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I mean,
He's a true definition of a con man, being that con is confidence. A short guy who had he emitted so much confidence that he could elicit all of that support. These people who truly believed in him. To this day, he actually, ironically, he actually got a true funeral from his son. They actually organized an actual funeral for this guy. Anyway, this is what I don't want to drag on because I know other people want to get calls in.
It's a fascinating subject.
Yeah.
Manson's story never gets dull. I mean, let's face it. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, but always remember, Gary, you know this more than anybody, Gary. You know, when a story is that insane, that crazy, the denominator, what's underneath it all is simplicity. And the simplicity of it was a very manipulative con man who got a bunch of young girls to do a lot of crazy shit, and they were all on drugs, and the thing got out of control. There was about 2 or 3 years where there was nothing really going on with murder and stuff. Once the drugs and the methamphetamine and the biker gangs came in, it was a wrap for that whole group of people. But anyway, listen, this is what I wanted to talk about today, and it's an exercise for you both, and for you, Gary, for your very heavy brain, right? It goes from 9 pounds to 10 pounds to 15 pounds. I don't know how much your brain weighs today. I'll give it 11. You haven't shaved. So listen, I wanted to talk about Officer Christopher McDonough has brought up a few times already, hate, and the question of whether hate is learned or if it's or I think basically he posed the question, where does hate come from? And I come from a school of thinking where I do believe hate can be genetically inherited. I believe it's learned, like in American History X, in my opinion, is a great film that sort of exemplifies hate as a learned behavior, because the hate is removed from him as he learns in the prison system the true nature of what hate is, and he disposes of that. But there's something called epigenetics, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. So that's the study of the gene. What is it? Like the gene expression changes without altering the underlying DNA. There's generational trauma. There's emotional inheritance. I think Rachel Yehuda from Mount Sinai, she did a study on Holocaust survivors. I'm sorry. And she said that the descendants of the survivors they had altered cortisol levels and stress hormone profiles that mirrored trauma responses. Mm-hmm. I can go on and on about this, but hate itself, hate isn't a discrete biological object. But the components that feed it, the fear responses, that kind of stuff is. So my question to you: do you believe, both of you guys? Actually, I want to pose it to both of you. Do you think that hate could be an inherited, like, remember that movie, The Bad Seed, for the original movie? I think that's a good example of a potentially a person who was born with a genetic disposition of psychopathy. Do you think hate could be born? I do believe so. I do believe so. Whether it's because of a trauma response or whatever, I do believe we can carry on a trauma that is a hateful thing about us. So let me hear what you guys have to say about that.
Before I can answer it, I have to know your definition of hate.
What would be a definition of hate? I guess my definition of hate would be without reason. Having an opinion. Like you said, you're not going to talk about the Kirk situation because it's politically charged. What you're really saying there, without realizing, is there's hate involved there. There are people who will not budge and change their mind even when you present reason before their very eyes. So hate is something, a reason that will not be fudged or reckoned with. That's how I see hate, and hate obviously is destructive. Hate is destructive.
Well, I think that it's important to understand that hate generally arises from fear and misperception, ignorance, or misunderstanding of who a person or a situation is. And the most tribal, low brain parts of a human being.
That's American history. That's American history X hate. That's not genetic hate.
No. But that's when you talk about hatred in the way that, comes up with the Charlie Kirk case and things like that. What that has a lot to do with is a kind of a tribalism and a fear, like a limbic, low brain kind of reaction that people have that goes back to caveman times. The danger, of course, with that kind of fear is that the solution in caveman times, cave people times, that is to say, was to find the most ferocious psychopath, essentially, that you could find, that you could locate, and follow him blindly because you mistook him for a protector. So, Unga would be willing to tear a mastodon apart with his bare hands, and, had the biggest muscles or phallus or something. And so you mistook him for being, powerful and strong and virile, and you put him in charge. The problem with this, of course, is that we still, in 2026, will elect psychopaths because we mistake them for being leaders, fearless leaders who will do things that we think will protect us, forgetting, of course, that a psychopath doesn't give a damn about anything but the power. They are all over the world. We've elected them all over or they've been put in power by ferocious force all over the world. Now, the other kind of hate you're talking about, which really comes closer to the construct of kind of psychopathic sadism and things like that. The truth of the matter is that there are very, very few cases of people we would describe as evil or hateful, even serial killers, for example, where you can't find some antecedent in their life that twisted them in the direction of being afraid or full of hatred or anger or so forth, whether it's abuse or an alcoholic parent or abandonment or so forth. You have this tiny fragment, for example, Dennis Rader, or even to a certain extent Ted Bundy, where you're only left with the question of whether it's sort of hereditary, because it's very difficult to understand how those particular people were twisted in a certain direction. But the vast majority of people are not born hateful. They're born capable of strong emotional reactions due to fear, or a kind of a blunting of the fear, of the fear reaction, which is what you see in psychopathy.
Right.
See,
so Gary, about Bundy. About Bundy.
Yeah.
And you've said this about Dahmer. I think you both have said it. Whether he represented, whether he prescribed that he was remorseful or not, you questioned it. Bundy, whether we want to believe it or not, the guy did on the electric chair as they shaved his head and put the metal plate on his head. He did say, "Send my love to my family and friends." So but I'm asking you. So the hate I'm talking about is beyond even that, and you haven't answered it. Do you believe someone can be born with hate? No. So even a racist could not be born with that hate. You're saying it's learned. Interesting.
Learned from idiots.
Interesting.
I think that there are a lot of people in this world that swim in a world in which low education and ignorance are almost celebrated as a virtue. There's that. Then you have people who use, because they take their fear and they try to turn it into something religious, which is really depressing. So in the name of God, they'll hate people or so forth. That's also outrageous. Then you get the people that are angry at something, like Benjamin Nathaniel Smith, right? You get these people that turn it into hatred because they want to belong somewhere or have a clear black and white kind of way of seeing the world, But the reality is that I have never been convinced that hatred itself is inborn. Now, you raised
that's why you went to seminary school. That's why you're a priest.
Right. But you raised I know I sound like Al Carlisle or something. But the thing is, you raised the question of whether, sort of like trauma, there could be an epigenetic kind of quality to things.
Yes.
I haven't seen any evidence of that, but it's an interesting point, because it is certainly true that trauma effects can be, But the problem with those studies is that it's never clear if the reason that the offspring of, let's say, Holocaust survivors are affected by it simply because they were exposed in the home to people who are Holocaust survivors as opposed to actually inheriting something genetically.
Yeah.
So, but it's a very interesting question. Unfortunately, there is no data to look at to give you a clear answer. I will only say that I personally, philosophically and scientifically, am not convinced that a person is born filled with hate. They can be born to an index.
We're gonna go to Josh next because I think Josh is gonna have a different take on this. But I will say you are a priest. And you gave me hope because, you know, my biggest fear of dying is not dying in and of itself. It's
I gave you hope.
You gave me hope because when I die, I'm worried about being around all those a-holes, and all the a-holes really are all these people who have hate, and I got to deal with them when I go up there in heaven when the gates open up. I don't know how I'm going to hide from them. Now, Josh, you got a different take on this, don't you?
I mean, yeah, probably. I would think so. But
yeah.
The person could be born with hate?
I don't think necessarily, but I think that there's neurological wiring that make people more hateful.
Hit the bingo, do the bingo ding. You're right, the bingo.
Well, now hold on.
We need the bingo.
That's a different question. If you're talking about elements that have to do with anger,
I didn't say people were, you asked me if I thought people were born with. I didn't say that. I said I think people are predisposed to it.
They could be predisposed to things like anger, paranoia, fear, anxiety. Yes, that I agree. Right.
Yeah, but also I think that when you mix everything together, you know, environment, culture, tribalism, all these things, you know, fear is basically, you know, that starts from it starts with fear, and then it turns to hate. But I think that there are people that are definitely
born bad.
Of course. No, yeah, absolutely. But I don't, in and of itself, I don't think a baby is born and it becomes hateful and it hates everything.
Well, let's flip the switch on that. Joey, me, right? I'm born, I'm laughing, I'm a funny guy, right? Okay. I'm a funny guy when I'm 1 year old. I'm 6 months old. I'm cracking up. Everybody, this is the cute. I was a very cute baby, by the way. I'm cute. Everybody loves him. A cracking joke. Do you think I'm not cracking? Am I not cracking jokes right now? Now, if I was a hateful little kid, a real bastard, right? You think I'm not going to be a bastard right now? You really believe? You think I've changed? You think I would have changed, educated myself, gone to college, went to seminary school with Brucato, and got a little bit better? I think I would still be a bad guy. Don't you think?
That was the greatest monologue I've heard in years.
Save it.
I mean, it was pretty good. There's
that
no
was
question.
Pretty fantastic. I'm not going to lie. That was a monologue.
Well, look, there are children that have more anger issues than others, and some are, you know, some are very kind and some are very ornery. But I wouldn't describe a child as a little baby or a toddler, even you, Joey, as hateful.
Well, I'm going to ask you a difficult question, Joey.
Go for it. It's not going to be difficult.
In a controversial way, okay?
Go ahead, do it.
Not meant to be.
Bring it.
Was Ted Bundy hateful, or
no?
He felt nothing.
No, there's evidence of that. It's crystal clear. He had a relationship for many years with a single mother. He raised her child with her for many years. He worked a suicide hotline. This guy is on TV shows, books, and documentaries because all we ever try to do is figure this guy out, and we cannot. He's an anomaly till the day we all drop dead. We'll never understand the complexity of the psychopathy of this guy. And I think a lot of it is more towards not evil. I think a lot of it's more towards sexual deviance and pathology, like a drug addict or an alcoholic. I think his thing was more in that area. Because he was able to have long-term relationships, even with Ann Rule, long-term friendships and relationships. Sometimes transactional. But for the most part, go ahead. Go for it.
What's there to figure out about Bundy? I don't understand.
Everyone's trying. You tell me. They keep coming out with books every 6 months.
Well,
you telling me?
But has anybody figured him out yet?
No one can figure him out.
A long time. There's nothing to figure out. He was.
Well, you know, that's why we got people like, you know, me and Brucato. We're out there. We're trying to figure it out, man. We're trying to figure it out.
Do you have them figured out? Does Dr. Brucato have them figured out? Absolutely.
No. You know what? If I could go in and talk to him, one thing that I really, really want to understand is if he concealed that there were more children victims.
Yeah.
Because the Kimberly Leach case, unless he thought she was older, very, very hard to believe that he didn't have a thing sometimes for children.
Yes.
And there is, and a lot of people believe that he might have killed the little girl on the paper route when he was a boy.
Absolutely.
But I have to tell you that I think a lot of that, how do I say this? A lot of these guys, Ramirez too, you know, it was established later with DNA. It was a whole slew of children assaulted before he started killing.
Yeah.
A lot of, and remember with Dennis Rader, people asked the question: did he go into that Otero house with the interest in the kids and mask it in the wider, you know, in the whole family? Well, remember there was only one victim where he ejaculated.
Yeah.
You know, so it just seems to me that with some of these guys, there is embarrassment, even though they're psychopathic. Some of these guys, there is that kind of shame around certain things that they think other people would think they weren't powerful or virile or something. But it's not shame in the way that we would think about it. See, I would recommend, Joey, because you seem interested in these off the beaten path kind of references. I think that you should read the book that Mark Twain, or Samuel Clemens, that is, wrote after his daughter died and he became an atheist. Right before he died, he lost all hope in humanity, and he wrote this disturbing book, absolutely disturbing book, which wasn't finished. I think a couple of chapters were added later just to publish it, called The Mysterious Stranger. And what it's about, it is the creepiest thing ever. There's a claymation movie of it that came out in the 80s, I believe, that has given me nightmares for years. Well, it sort of did. I thought it was cool, but creepy. And what it's about is an angel who has no capacity to know the difference between right and wrong, and as a consequence commits atrocious acts in a town where people ask him to grant a wish. His name is Satan, by the way. He asks, he's in the form of like a little boy, and he goes to the children of the town, and they ask him for favors. They ask him for favors, and when he grants the favor, it alters the course of human events and then results in really catastrophic, horrible things happening. And then when they come and confront him and say, I wouldn't have asked for that favor if I thought it was going to alter the lives of all these other people in a bad way, the devil figure or the angel figure says, I can do no wrong because I don't know what it is. That's its catchphrase. It's a very creepy book. Well, the thing is, I think that way about psychopaths sometimes. That they feel that since they don't have the capacity to care if something is wrong, their attitude about it is like, listen, you know, you left me out there, you know, and now they don't meet the McNaughton rule, you know, you know, they don't violate the McNaughton, but there is that attitude. Remember Tommy Lynn Sells? Why did you commit that sexual assault against that 13-year-old? Well, because the city didn't trim the hedges, and they gave me a space to be tempted to pull her.
One of the things
that kind of brain. What I'm getting at is, Joey, that kind of person, they definitely know the difference between right and wrong in a sense, but they don't care about it. And I don't know if that's hatred as much as it's indifference. And indifference is a different animal. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know, the biggest, and I'll let other people get into calls, but I will end up by letting you guys know that, you know, I always felt one of the greatest errors with the Bundy case is the focus on the young women with the parted hair in the middle. Bundy had such a large number of young children that if they would have painted that early on in I don't think he would be celebrated so much in the media, because we think about him with the young college girls, and we forget how many young 12, 11 young girls that this guy did horrible things to, and we would have a different story about him.
With me that there's probably more to that.
A lot more, and I think it's more of a sexual deviant thing he had going on. Let me let you guys go. I love you guys very much. Remember, I brought up premonitions once, and I got a new premonition to back up my Yeah, what, Josh?
Before you go, I was
Yeah.
gonna offer you a book suggestion. It's
What
called
is
Good
that?
Night Moon, and you can get it at Target. It's a good one. I think you'll enjoy it.
I thought you were going to offer me coffee. Brucato's all into the coffees, man.
Yeah, Good Night
Listen,
Moon.
Ava Hart, with 1985 interview from a Titanic survivor. Her name was Ava Hart. She was very upset that her husband got the trip on the thing because it challenged God. They said this was an unsinkable ship. God couldn't even sink this ship. She was so upset that her husband had her get on this trip that she stayed awake all night and would sleep during the day. And because of that, she saved her life and her child's life because she was awake when it hit the iceberg. Isn't that a fascinating story and a premonition?
Yeah.
I have a premonition that there's another baby being born. Very hateful right now as we're talking. A real hateful bastard's being born. And a very happy, adorable baby too. Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Appreciate you. Love when he calls, man. It's fun, so fun. He's awesome. All right, let's go ahead, and next will be Lori. Lori, you go ahead. Where are you calling from?
Oh my gosh, I forgot I called in.
Really?
Is this
That was such a great conversation.
is this
I'm calling from Washington.
that won a book from me recently?
I did not win a book.
Because there's a
But I
Lori
have-
H that won a book from me, and I was hoping you were she.
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. It was another Lori. It was another Lori.
Another Lori. Another time.
Another Lori. Yeah, but that you got a couple books that sound pretty good. God, I forgot what. There's a new serial killer that got discovered. Did you hear about that?
What's that?
The new serial killer that.
You could mean a couple of things. Which case do you mean?
Oh God, it's out of Oakland, Oakland County.
I think I have it in my records. Hold on.
And his name is Arch. Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Arch Sloan.
I think I have it here. Hold on.
Yeah, and it was off of North Fox Island. There was a pedophile ring. I'm trying to remember all the details.
I'm positive I just wrote this. Hold on a minute. Let me see.
Yeah, it just broke.
No, but I think. Hold on.
Yeah, I read it. Actually,
Has it been adjudicated?
I read it a couple days ago. Oh, well, I think he's working with authorities.
Well, the guy, Arch is. I thought he was dead. They just happened to find his
He was
car
gonna.
in the DNA.
So this is the Oakland County child killer case, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It's a in the mid 70s there were these terrible, brutal child killings that happened in Oakland County in Michigan.
And there was a related to that pedophile ring that they busted off of North Fox Island.
Right. Josh, I think we can't say that word on YouTube, right?
Oh, I'm sorry.
The
Can't
P
say what.
word.
I don't know.
Sorry.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I've never had a problem with it, but
Because as far as I know, in that case, we don't know if that was a group of people or a person.
Oh,
So, right, like there was, because there had been that question, and then DNA linked a convicted pervert, Archibald Edward Sloan is the name I
yeah.
have.
yeah, people say PDF file.
Right.
A PDF. I'm so sorry.
I know you didn't do anything wrong. It's fine.
Right. So, but so that's the idea, is that like there's an attempt to sort of get to the bottom of that finally. But that's been that case was a very haunting one.
Yes, yeah, it was. I saw it and I was like, God, I wonder if you guys have heard of it or if you had anything on it.
Not much. I've read about it just a couple days ago, but I'm not too familiar with it. But he's one of those guys that gives what was he given, like a deathbed confession?
Well, I'll tell you, the thing that I thought was interesting when I was summarizing it in my listing here, because I was looking at my own notes. The thing that I thought was really intriguing was that the victimology is both male and female.
Right.
So the commonality in the 4 confirmed victims is simply the age is between 10 and 12. But there's a boy, Mark, a girl, Jill, a girl, Christine, and a boy, Timothy. That's very interesting, to think about if that's the same offender. The other thing that's interesting in that case is that there was foreign object insertion, which
Oh,
is something that Ann Burgess and Victor Petrecka and I have studied at Boston College, this foreign object insertion as a kind of substitute for the sex organ. You can see that in sadists. You could see it in people that are like impotent and inadequate. You could see it in all different ways. And but like just as an example of how horrible this is, one of the kids, Jill Robinson, she had an argument with her mother over the way the dinner was going to be made. And then like the next day they found her bike behind a store.
It's wild.
And then what happened is her body shows up on Interstate 75, right in view of the police station, right?
oh my God.
She had her face blown off with a 12 gauge shotgun, and she was completely clothed, and she had her backpack on, and she had even been on autopsy. They found that she had been fed and cared for 3 days before she was shot. Now you got to think about what must have gone on with that kid for those
Wow.
days, right? And then to take her bike and everything, to just snatch her like that, and then and then the brazen thing of putting her in front of the police station, and then with Mark, the boy, he was assaulted, strangled, and assaulted with a foreign object. Timothy, he was assaulted with a foreign object and asphyxiated. It's just terrible. And then there's a whole slew of suspected cases.
Yeah.
Well, not a slew, but a bunch. And then there's some that like were suspected and disproved. So you had this like thread of these children being, it has an almost Stephen King-like kind of quality to it, So I think it's good that you're drawing attention to this case. I do hope that this gets kind of solved. What's also really, really interesting, you might find fascinating, is that they had suspected Gacy in those.
Did they? I didn't know that.
Yes, and his DNA was not found to match what was found on those bodies. It's very interesting that people don't realize that Gacy was suspected.
Wait, his DNA was found?
Not
Oh, it was not found.
ruled out by DNA, right? And then basically, what you should watch is you should watch the 2019 Investigation Discovery 2-part 4-hour show about these cases.
Okay.
And then what happens is this investigative journalist kind of comes on the screen and then talks about, or at least not on the screen for that show, it was on the screen elsewhere, I think, talking about this suspect, Arch Sloan. It's going to be interesting to see what comes out of it. But I hate that story of those murders. They are atrocious.
Yeah, they're pretty brutal. They're really, I mean,
bad. Yeah. I mean, and I'm not even giving you the worst of it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's like the watered down version. I mean, this is the kind of person that, like Josh, it's like, that's going to send you groping for a word like evil.
Yeah, like Leslie, or what is it, Wesley Allen?
Yeah, right.
Those kind of guys.
I actually watched a guy that I would consider in the evil category today on Mandu. I don't know if you ever watched his show. He does parole hearings. And this guy was out of Connecticut. He ran over 2 people, got out of his truck after he did it, got the money out of their pocket or their wallet, drove off to a bar and got a drink.
Sounds about right for some people. Okay. Horrifying.
That's pretty bad.
People are insane.
Yeah, they gave him parole.
Of course they did. They give everybody parole.
You're talking to somebody who's got, got
just
quite an opinion on
I'm dealing with. Yeah. And not just me, man. There's a ton of the laws are changing rapidly, and people are getting let out left, right, and center. It's it's going to be it's bad. It's a terrible thing. These people should not be walking around.
Well, he said he's working on himself, so there's that.
Good. I'm glad he could do that in prison.
Anyway, I'll let you guys go. I just wanted to talk about that. And Gary, I did enter the latest contest, so hopefully I'll win a book this time.
So you're not the one who won, but you're. So now I'm going to be confused if I pull Lori in the raffle, which one of you it is. Duplicate names so far, so thank you. And listen, I have to tell you, as a side note, as a person who is very sensitive to voices, you have a great voice. Do you use it for anything? Do you ever read books, like recorded books on the internet, or do like something on the phone or something where your voice figures in? Because you have a really terrific voice.
No, I don't. Thank you for saying that.
You would be a great radio host.
Oh, thanks. I have a face for radio. Thank you. I think that would be perfect.
Yeah, great voice. Yeah, you do. See, people agree with me. It's a wonderful voice. I always like to give people a compliment that no one has ever thought to give them before.
Yeah, thank you. I've never heard that before. Thank you.
I will tell you that,
Really? We talk.
Nobody has pointed that out.
We
Yes?
talk all the time, and I've never gotten one of those from you.
Oh, I think you've got a great voice.
Thank you. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
you're welcome.
Well, you just have a great voice. What can I tell you? So
Thank you, Gary.
Okay, take care.
All
Okay,
right.
bye.
Bye. Okay, let's see.
People agree. She has a lovely voice.
I didn't say she didn't.
There was one person who called once that had the most amazing voice. Remember that one?
Yeah, I actually do remember that because people were saying that her voice was AI too.
It was yeah, exactly. Like it sounded.
It wasn't. It wasn't, but and Mary wants to remind everybody, thank you, Mary, dear chat, be respectful to all callers, Josh, Dr. G, other chat participants, please. Thank you in advance. And
you know who does a ton of those
hard
domain
people
books on, like, you know those things where like someone volunteers to read books for the blind or books on YouTube or whatever. You know who does a ton of those? Ed Kemper.
Oh, great. What a nice guy.
He does. People don't realize.
Why would anybody want that?
He does a ton of them. He reads for the blind.
What a nice guy. Okay, let's see. Courtney, go ahead, Courtney, you're on.
Hey, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Get my mic on here. Okay, well, good evening to Josh and Dr. Gary Brucato. So Dr. Gary, I actually, so I have a show on YouTube as well. And so I do a lot of deep diving. Thank you. And I actually use AI quite a bit. And I plugged into AI comparing early profiling by yourself, Dr. Ann Burgess, Jim Clementi, and John Fitzgerald. And AI gave me side by side, like your first profiling to your most recent profiling. And I have to tell you, you are the most consistent out of all four profiles. And we're talking about Porch Guy.
Oh, well, okay. I still think I'm going to be right, but that's okay.
Well, and so I was actually fighting, going down the path that we've kind of been going down lately about A&T. And I'm kind of going there right now, especially with Derek Kalala. And one of the things that I plugged in earlier for my latest episode is pulling up all of the timeline of everything that happened in that first week. And it's amazing because the day that DC sent that text to A&T, ICAX is seen going into the house at around 5 p.m.
Right.
And the
Chris
text
McDonough has pointed that out many times.
Yes, and the text was sent at 6 p.m. So does ICAX physically have the phones in their hands?
I don't know. I mean, it's something that Chris has asked.
Yes.
This program. What is the name of your show?
Oh, thank you. I didn't want to plug it, but it's Crime Crunchies. I actually put my link in the chat. Thank you so much. Crime Crunchies. Yes. And I actually met Chris and Karen at CrimeCon. So
cool.
Love you guys.
Sounds like a cereal.
It does sounds like a cereal.
Serial killers or something.
Yeah, no, Crime Crunchies. We don't take a bite out of crime, we crunch it. So anyway, But no, I really appreciate everything, and I love listening to everything. So thanks for letting me
But
dial
you
in.
realize that me being the most consistent basically means I'm rigid or something.
Well, no, but the thing is people can people change.
That's what that was my conclusion.
Yeah, but I mean, as evidence comes out, people are going to change. But what I'm trying to point out is that if you might have just gotten it right because you got Koberger right.
That's true. You did nail Koberger.
But look, there have been a lot of cases that I've commented on. The reality is that people think that when you make these interpretations of what may be going on, that it's like a kind of a magic or like tarot reading or something like that. The truth of the matter is that it's really just based on the fact that there isn't anything new under the sun when it comes to
Yeah.
and that the idea is that when you look at a crime, you think to yourself, what have I seen that looks like this? And you start to be able to patch together the kind of person you're dealing with. But it also has to be very driven by data. If you pay attention to whenever I talk about a case, I'll always say things like, the Koberger case, before he was arrested, I said on the interview room, I said, this is a mass murder by any definition because there are 4 victims. And I was the co-author of the Columbia Mass Murder Database. We found that when anything other than a gun is used for the mass murder, it's more likely that the offender would be considered odd, disturbed, peculiar, whatever. So I was able to make an educated guess that he would be weird and mechanical and detached, paranoid, or at least kind of rigid, and so in other words, it's always data driven. In the same way, when I talk about the Guthrie case, I point out that up to 92% of women know their killer.
Yeah.
I mean, if she's been killed, there's a pretty good chance she knew the person who did it. And so it's statistically driven when I make those two, and that's very different than profiling where it has that
feel
where people do it in a kind of intuitive way.
Well, and that's why I really wanted to see how yours kind of went, because I know you have this huge database. You plug everything in, and so the patterns, and it's just, yeah, exactly. So I just have to wonder if Porch Guy, if he couldn't have been sent to. I almost wonder now if he isn't sent there to stage. And, among some other things. Anyway, I don't want to drag this on. I really just appreciated coming on and saying hi to both of you.
And once again, your channel one more time.
Crime Crunchies on YouTube, and I appreciate the plug.
Do you have a large following, or are you new?
I have 12,000 subs. I would consider myself new, but yeah, I started with the Nancy Guthrie, and I've been to her home, and it's just something that's really stuck with me.
I think I have seen you come on my screen as like a suggested view. Do you have like hair that's sort of like to here and kind of blondish?
Yes.
And you've got like a big mic dangling over you. I think I know that. And that's pretty cool. But weren't you like on today?
Yes.
Yeah, I got a suggested view.
That's funny. That is so funny. Thank you.
I remember you because I always remember once I see something, it's in there,
Yeah, no, that's amazing. So no, and I refer to you guys all of the time because I'm trying to time my show now so that I'm not cutting into TIR. So
that's really cool.
Well, I've learned so much. And I love science. I love the forensics. I love the psychological. I really want to dive in, but I'm wanting to look at things from a completely different, and let's look at things differently. Like what would have happened had the plan gone off to Hitch and the ransom had been paid? Did Nancy really need to be eliminated? I think she did, because if they had gotten paid the ransom, it's like when I say on my show, there's a meme that says, if I win the lottery, there will be signs. They almost had to have that inheritance come in order to help mask a windfall. But anyway,
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying.
And it's speculation.
Right. And I will say that, speaking of signs, My favorite thing about your channel, that the glance I got at it, is that your symbol is some kind of cat dressed up.
Oh, I just added that. I have Zosha, the crime-fighting kitty. I have cats, lots of cats. So
You have a crime-fighting cat?
yeah, Zosha, the crime-fighting kitty. Yeah. So, but
You named your cat Zosha?
well, we're Polish. My husband's Polish, so yeah,
That's a cool
Zosha.
name. I love it.
I
So,
love it.
so it's a crime-fighting cat with a Polish name.
Yes.
Dope.
Well, she jumps on my laptop every time I'm on. So anyway,
Aw.
well, thank you
I
so
think
much.
you're great. I mean, I'll watch you. You know, I mean,
Thank you.
and you know, let us know, of course, if we can help. And
I go down rabbit holes. So
well, don't we all? You know,
we do.
Yeah. Remember, that's obviously a reference to Alice's Adventures in Wonderland.
Oh yeah.
And,
speaking of rabbit holes, really quick, right here it says BK did not act alone. I hope people will learn about it eventually. There was a cleanup driver, in my opinion. Start with the 911 call and go back. Chris, we will come back to this in 5 years, and I can guarantee you this will not happen.
Yeah. Although I have to say, I love Chris. Chris is great. Chris makes great comments.
I just don't believe it.
I know we don't agree, but I love. But Chris is great. I really like Chris. Chris makes a lot of really great comments in the chat for a long time now. So
there's a lot of people believe it. I don't believe it.
No, I don't either. But but thank you so much for calling in. That was really cool, and I'm going to check your channel out.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We hear from people we've never met before.
Yeah, very cool.
Great. Okay.
Let's see.
Next.
Carrie, if you're on, it says your device isn't connected, so I can't take your call yet. But yeah.
Oh boy. We got anybody on the line?
Yeah, we do. We got some people waiting for sure.
Got a couple of people waiting.
Pamela, where are you calling from? Calling from nowhere.
Good evening. I'm calling from Florida.
Florida in the house.
Which part of
I'm calling from Florida.
Which part of Florida?
Florida.
I'm on the East Coast.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I used to live in Florida.
Yeah. I used to live there briefly, so I'm always interested.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, go on.
Well, good evening, and I want first to say hello to Josh and let him know how much I enjoyed Otis on the last show. That's the first time I had a close-up picture, and actually he was live. And I've been curious all this time, what does Otis look like? And he is such a beauty. And I also want to say, every time I listen to you guys, I love the banter, but more importantly, I always learn something about myself. And I think everyone does, and I think your audience really tunes in. And as they share their stories, you know, we all learn from one another's stories. And you're always spot on, Dr. Gary. And I love the banter, but the thoughts and the wisdom that you share, I'm learning more about myself every time I tune in, and I thank you for that. I also want you to know I've been contributing to your piano page. I love your songs.
Thank you.
I'm the one that requested that you play "Watch Over Me." Someone to watch over me, which you did play.
I sure you heard. Did you enjoy the rendition?
I surely did, and I really appreciated that. You know, that's another thing. You always follow up with everything, you know, and it's great. That being said, the reason I'm calling this evening.
Yes.
Including the which?
The nasties. They get followed up with too. I definitely comment to them on them. Yes.
What would the internet be without?
Yes, and you do. Okay, I couldn't hear you.
Believe it or not, I wasn't talking.
Okay, you're breaking up.
Breaking up is hard to do. Go ahead.
There was a little delay there. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, yeah, breaking up is hard to do. The reason I'm calling is regarding the Nancy case.
Gary,
I
every
have
time
made
you
an
say something, it
observation,
sets her back 5 seconds.
and I want to.
I'm sorry.
Okay, maybe I'm talking too. I'll slow down.
No, it's that there's a delay, and when I say something, it sets you back because I'm going to shut up. Go on.
Okay, okay. You're right. There is a delay. Forgive me. The reason I'm calling is I want to run an observation by both of you that I've made regarding the video of Surveillance Guy. I don't know if you can pull it up, Josh. The surveillance video that shows the porch guy on the night of January 11th. In that video, he's not on the porch, okay? He is standing away from the porch area, mask not exposed, completely covered. However, if you take a look at his shoes on that night, okay, you're going to see he's wearing tennis shoes. Now, they showed the memorial when Savannah and Annie and T walk out to the memorial with the card. And if you pay attention to that video, you're going to see the shoes that Tommaso is wearing. And if you look at the old raggy tennis shoes he's wearing, I see a complete match with those tennis shoes to the tennis shoes that are worn by Surveillance Guy. And I just wondered if you would take a look at that and let me know what you think. To me, they appear to be the same shoes.
So wait, so you're saying that you think that Tommaso's shoes and porch guy's shoes are the same? Is that the gist?
The surveillance guy on January 11th that stands away from the porch and is just standing there. If you take a look at his shoes.
Yeah, I don't know. I have not looked at it, but I mean, I've seen these photos and I just clearly cannot see the things that others are seeing in them for some reason. Not because they're not there. It's just for some reason, and I'll take a look at it for sure, but I never, for some reason, pick up on that. And, I mean, God, I would think that if that is something that is a possibility, that investigators would be all over that. You would think, wouldn't you think, Pamela?
Yes, sir, I sure would. But then we look at the porch mat that was never taken, and then you go
Good
right
point.
back to, there's been so many stupid mistakes.
No,
I'm a
good
former
point.
crime analyst, so I look at the details, and it's just something I wanted to mention. And when you have a chance, not now, I don't want to tie up the lines here, but I'd like you to take a look and see what you think.
Okay.
And if you don't have time now, I certainly understand. But really, I wanted to compliment you and let you know I'm just, your story has touched my heart and your recovery, and you are just a beautiful person, Josh. You really are. And I watch your videos of your walks, and I've been
Thank
enjoying those videos you've been posting also. So I
Yeah,
hope you continue to do that.
I will, and I do. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. I don't. If I bring it up now, I'll get stuck on it for a long time. So I can't. I mean, I
Right,
could.
right.
I don't want to
Yeah.
get stuck, but I
And,
will.
and
That is
yeah,
something that I will look at. But if, for the people in the chat, so if you're looking for the
absolutely understood.
yeah, the first guy. So if you're looking for it, it's the photo of the first guy doing the surveillance, and then if you go to the Annie, Tommaso and Savannah putting out the card, you can take a look at the shoes if that's, and you can check that out. So it is something that I will look at, Pamela. Thank you so much for calling in. I appreciate it very much.
Okay.
And thank you for the kind
Yes,
words.
and thank you guys both. You do do a wonderful job, and I know everyone enjoys it, but I especially enjoy watching both of you.
Thank
So
you very
you have a
much.
good evening.
All right, you too. Bye-bye.
Okay, God bless you both.
God
Okay,
bless you.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
She said she was a crime analyst.
Yes.
Pretty cool.
I mean, yeah, look, it's everything's worth Absalom, go ahead. How are you?
Hey guys, how are you guys doing? Mr. Diaz, Dr. Gary, how is everything going, my friends?
Doing good, thank you.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to all the wonderful people at Stone Oak Stroke Rehabilitation. In fact, one of them is probably watching tonight. God bless you for all the work you did on me and for your patience. So I just wanted to mention them. Thank you so much, guys. Dr. Gary, do you remember a case in 1984, the case of Bernhard Goetz?
Yes, I do. What about it?
So you know that he, in case the audience doesn't know, Josh, do I have time to rehash this case? Because I got a question for Dr. Carey, if that's okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I mean, it's a New York case.
I'm sorry?
It's a New York case.
Yeah, it happened in Manhattan. Might have been before you were born, Dr. Gary. I keep forgetting.
No, it was December 22nd, 1984.
Dr. Gary, 1946.
No, I was born in
1946. Well, no, bless your heart, Dr. Gary.
I was born in well, I don't have to say, but it was a few years before the Goetz case.
Sorry, my fault.
Yes.
Anyway, he ended up shooting for, I believe they were teenagers, but for a man.
Black teenager, African American teenagers. Yeah.
Yes, 4 African American teenagers, and one of them, I believe, Dr. Gary, if I'm not mistaken, he went back and said, "Oh, you're still okay," and shot him again.
Well, right, and the one victim was paralyzed.
Right. But they all did survive, correct?
All survived, but one was paralyzed and
permanent. Okay.
Right.
Well, when I'm on the East Coast, people have one perspective and they have one opinion of Mr. Goetz. When I'm on the West Coast, they seem to have a similar one. But when I'm on the coast of the Gulf of America, or is it the Gulf of Mexico this week? I'm trying to figure out. But they seem to have a tendency to to justify Mr. Goetz's behavior. And if Dr. Gary, he had been successful in killing, let's say 2, 3 of the people that he claimed was a threat to his life, would you have mentioned him in the new evil?
It's an interesting question. First of all, if they had all died, he would have been a mass murderer.
That's correct.
Which is, by any definition, a mass murder, whether it's the congressional, the FBI definition. And but I guess before I can answer that, my question would be, what do you think his motive was? Now, if you want, what we could do is I could pull out a copy of the New Evil and we could do the algorithm that I put in there that decides the category that someone best goes into. But the problem is that we wouldn't be able to do that without you telling me what you think the motive is. So what's your sense?
Well,
and by the way, that,
do you want me to speak as? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Doctor.
I was going to say, as a matter of trivia, did you know that Goetz is in Billy Joel's song "We Didn't Start the Fire"? Yes.
There's a lot of images I wish I could forget after watching that video, but yeah, I remember that video. Yes.
So tell me what your understanding is of the motive.
Well, he claimed he was in fear for his life. I think he's full of baloney, but That's just my opinion.
Right.
But it did lead to several changes in America and the way that lawmakers view. Yeah.
Now, you have to understand that 3 years before that incident, Goetz had supposedly been violently mugged and was injured. And the idea is that the story was that because these 4 African-American teenagers surrounded him, supposedly, and asked him for $5, he made, I mean, talk about Joey H's question about fear, that he supposedly became convinced that they were going to assault him and rob him again. And so he took a handgun and that he was carrying illegally and shot them. And the other thing is that he was one of these people in this kind of death wish kind of way who thought that the New York City criminal justice system was not doing its job, so that he saw himself as like a kind of vigilante. And that's very interesting, you know, in terms of that. Now, think about this case and put it alongside something like the Mangione case, where you have a person who was accused of killing this public figure, you know, but might have seen himself as if he did it, might have seen himself as a kind of a vigilante or a person standing up for the public or something like that. Now, do you think I believe that if Mangione did it, he did it because he was a vigilante for the public? No. But I think that I doubt it, you know. So with Goetz, I doubt it in the same way. But that was the story, and he's sticking to it, right?
Well,
right,
wasn't that? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Gary. Go ahead.
Well, my question is, forgive me. Absolutely. My question is, you have to give me. You have to. My thoughts can go too long. I understand the temptation to shut me down because that's too much. But the thing is, I mean, I go on, you know. But
Dr. Gary, I could listen to you all night. Go ahead, Dr. Gary.
We have to find you a mental health professional who likes a challenge. But the thing is that I mean, are you kidding? Listen to me all day long. There's something wrong with you, sir, if that's true. But I'm kidding. You know, but we know we love you. But the thing is, I think that it raises the question of whether you believe that story or not. If you do, there's a very different motive than if you don't.
Well, sidebar, counselor, real quick.
Sidebar.
It also was mentioned that he had just to go to how you mentioned that he, I guess, the fear that he had, as well as what his mental state was at the time of the supposed act of self-defense. Not long before, somebody testified that he had screamed several racial things during, I think it was a city hall or a town hall meeting or something like that.
Yeah.
So when I brought this up to my friends and, you know, in the Gulf of America, they claim that everything that he's done is just justifiable because it doesn't matter how he felt if regarding human beings that don't look necessarily like him.
Well,
but if you feel like your life is in danger, you have every right to not only protect yourself, to kill somebody else.
Right.
Which I think most people would say, well, you know, don't you wish that everyone had survived and you just had gotten away, which maybe you couldn't get away in a subway. I understand all of that, but
right.
It's interesting how people tend to view on the East Coast and the West Coast differently than they do,
right.
You know, in the middle of the United States. And I was just curious, Dr. Gary,
right,
if you felt that behavior, if he had killed those kids, I mean, those older kids.
Depends on the motive.
Well, again, like I said, he's going to claim that it was self-defense.
Yes, but this is the thing. If you commit a homicide, you're going to be placed somewhere in the 22 categories in the new evil. That you only have to commit a homicide to be in there, right? And so it's a question of where he would be. It's not a matter of if he could be, it's a matter of where. If he was some kind of egotistical guy that was motivated by some vigilantism, it's very different. His placement would be very different than somebody who was anxious that he was going to be assaulted and was kind of acting out of a misplaced sense of self-defense. Now, I will tell you, this year, a book came out, which I think might be considered definitive on that case, called 5 Bullets, by Elliot Williams, and I do hope you'll read it. But it's I think it's written by an attorney, if I'm not mistaken. But it revisits the shooting and talks about it in detail and analyzes it from, and I just think that you should take a look at the book if you're interested in the case. That came out in January of this year.
And Absalom, also, really to your point, really quick,
Right. Go ahead.
when you say that people have the, if they fear that they're in danger for their lives and that they're able to commit murder.
Yes.
That technically is up to the law of whatever state that you're in. There's a lot of people that claim self-defense that do not pass the muster on that at all. So you have you can interpret it that way, but you can also misinterpret it and be charged with just straight up murder.
Right.
Sure.
But don't you guys think that this case, there are shades of it in the Penny case of the guy who had chokehold on the guy on the subway? And remember that whole story? And the guy died, and there was this whole question of whether he was. Remember that case? That New York subway case.
No.
You remember it, Josh, right?
Yeah, I remember.
You want to pull the summary up for him, for Absalom? I sort of remember the details, but I don't want to misquote them.
Josh, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Dr. Gary, I can hear fine, but I don't know if it's your mic. It's like you're a few tones lower.
I'm not really sure. I'm getting a little bit of static. Gary, what was the name again?
It was the Penny case. Penny was the last name.
Penny case. Okay.
You'll pull it up, Josh?
Yeah, Daniel
Penny. Yeah, it's a really interesting and controversial story. You're gonna remember it, Absalom, when you hear the details of it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna read it really quick. So this is about the killing of Jordan Neely. Is that right?
That's right.
On May 1st, 2023, in New York City, Jordan Neely, a 30-year-old black homeless man, was killed after being put in a chokehold by Daniel Penny, 24-year-old white United States Marine Corps veteran. While riding the New York City subway, Neely boarded the car Penny was riding and began threatening passengers. After the train left the station, Penny approached Neely from behind to apply the chokehold and maintained it in a sitting position until Neely went limp. A few minutes later, after the train had reached the next stop, first responders unsuccessfully attempted to revive Neely, who was declared dead after being transported to the hospital. Penny submitted to voluntary questioning at the police precinct office and was released without charges later that same day. 2 days later, the medical examiner's office ruled that Neely's death was homicide by compression of the neck. A week after that, Penny was charged with second-degree manslaughter, released on bond. He was formally indicted by a grand jury with lesser charges of criminally negligent homicide added on. And Penny pleaded not guilty to both charges, under which he faced 15 years in prison. Trial began October 2024 and concluded that December. The manslaughter charge was dismissed on the request of the prosecution after the jury was deadlocked. He was then acquitted on the remaining charge of criminally negligent homicide. A wrongful death suit was taken out by Neely's father as remained pending as of September 25th. The incident took place in New York City subway sometime after 2 p.m. Penny was in the same train car planning to go to the gym. Independent journalist Juan Albert Vasquez video of the chokehold was widely distributed by the media. Told New York Times that Neely began screaming, "I don't have food. I don't have a drink. I'm fed up. I don't mind going to jail, getting life in prison. I'm ready to die," which other witnesses largely corroborated. Vasquez also said that Neely was frightening, but had not assaulted anyone before Penny's headlock. Other witnesses reported Neely throwing garbage at passengers. A mother stated that she hid with her child behind the stroller after Neely charged at other passengers. 1 minute later, after Neely boarded the train, reached Broadway Lafayette Street Station, most riders exited the car with a few others held open the train, preventing the train from leaving the station, waiting for the police to arrive.
Now, it's important to understand that part of the reason there's a comparison being made is that Penny made the point that race had nothing to do with it.
Right.
Because Neely was an African American, and of course, as you can imagine, the public started crying, screaming bloody murder, that was part of, that might have been part of it. And the other thing is that there was the divide that had to do with economic things. I mean, he was homeless, right? So and then there was also the question of whether mental illness, that there was this kind of undue, attitude toward or fear toward the mentally ill. So, it's a really interesting case, but it gets into similar themes of, is this person doing something that in his mind is heroic, right? Or is this person acting out of some kind of racial animus or making a judgment that somebody is a threat, where there might be undertones that are kind of, hateful, or unfair or whatever. So, I mean, I think it's interesting to put those two cases next to each other, I think.
Well,
and why
if you wanted to take it even a step further, Dr. Gary, would you agree that the George Zimmerman case could be put as well along those two cases?
Yeah.
As someone that is claiming that he killed, I think Trayvon Martin was 17 at the time. But again, the initial reaction was that it was racially motivated, right? But I mean, anytime that there's a situation such as that, some of the people in the chat are wondering how I'm connecting or why I'm mentioning the tri-coastal. The only reason I brought that up is because I was wondering if Dr. Gary, because of the fact that all of us here in the wonderful United States of America, we all have different opinions of different actions of individuals. And
that's a great question, because, I mean, as somebody in the chat nicely summed it up, I mean, when you have a racially charged case, it's going to be very difficult to kind of distinguish your interpretations from racial bias, and it's very, very complicated. But I think, look, the case was adjudicated, and who they happen to have there, and the jury,
my problem with the George Zimmerman case is that he was given a direct order to start following him.
Yep, and he ignored it. That's right, Josh. He ignored it. Yeah.
At all. That was my major issue with that. Is that he was told, stop following them, the police are on the way, and he just took it into his own hands, got his ass kicked, and
yes, he did, man, pretty bad.
So
but it's sad, and we wish that nobody in these situations had lost their life. I wish people would try to leave the situation. And if they can't do so, I understand certain aspects. But a lot of times when people claim that they were in fear for their life, Dr. Gary, I'm sure you can testify to this. A lot of people use the excuse when they've been brought to trial, well, I was in fear for my life. You know, well, why didn't you just walk away from the, run away from the situation? Now, I'm not saying that that's the case for the three that we've mentioned. I'm just saying that oftentimes, sometimes that is used as an excuse for some of these individuals to pull the trigger, so to speak. But I'm glad to see both of you guys above ground rather than underground, and keep doing what you guys are doing. Dr. Gary, you look wonderful again in your Darth Vader black. And it was just such a wonderful blessing to see you once again. I'm kind of getting the impression that you're not feeling yourself today. So
Really?
yeah, you seem like you're a little bit down. Either that or it's me. I have that effect on some people. But
down. I mean, I worked all day, so I'm a little on the tired side. But
no.
You know, and perhaps I'm not adequately caffeinated. But other than that, I'm fine. My mood.
Do you need coffee, Dr. Gary, to get yourself going in the morning? Are you one of those New York coffee drinkers?
Yes, I am.
Really?
If you lived in New York, you would need coffee to get through it too. If not, a lot of mega vitamins. Well, it's a pleasure to hear from you.
And that is why, Dr. Gary, I do not live in New York. But
where do you
talking? Huh?
Where are you? What state are you in?
I'm on Earth. But
Earth. So that rules out a couple of states.
Antarctica.
Dr. Gary, I'm in. I usually spend most of our time where the most medical facilities are at, which is usually by the Gulf of America. So at least
my imagination.
Somewhere.
I can sort of guess where you are.
Yeah, but you know, I don't think that. I think people underestimate living in a area that is not as big as perhaps New York, or I think, Josh, you're in California, right?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, and I did live in one of those two places for quite a long time, and I wouldn't trade places with you guys in terms of where I'm at for anything. But anyway, you guys have a great night. Keep doing what you're doing.
It's always a pleasure to hear from you. You have very kind souls, so I always enjoy.
Well, thank you, Dr. Gary, and I hope next time I call, you're not tired and you've had your cup of coffee.
Yeah,
well, I have one here, but it's
Mr. Diaz, it's always been a pleasure.
Appreciate
you guys. Take care. God bless y'all. We'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, let's see.
You want to hear a vaguely off-color joke, Josh?
Sure.
There's an elderly man walking down the street, and a sex worker pulls him into an alley and says, "Mister, I could give you super sex." And he says, "I'll take the soup." All right, moving along. I don't know why I felt like telling the joke, but I love that joke. Anyway, okay. Go on.
What kind of soup do you know?
It's a good question. I hope it was matzo ball.
I like potato.
What do you like?
Potato soup.
Potato soup is good. Yeah. I'll take the soup. I just think that's funny.
Didn't you tell that joke the other day on TIR?
I think I said it in private, not on the air.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Only,
you did.
Only here when I tell that joke publicly. I can tell a joke like that on this show. You have a joke?
No, I actually don't. Not off the top of my head. But well, John doesn't care what show he's on.
That's true. He is so funny.
He's the best. All right, let's Let's go
Mix
to
this soup.
Maya. Maya, where you at?
Mia, hi, can you hear me?
Mia, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah.
that's okay. Hi. Okay, so this is my first time calling, so I'm sorry if I'm a little bit
You also
all
have
over
a
the
great
place.
voice.
Oh, thank you so much.
I knew that was coming. Like
So
I
yeah, hello Josh, hello Dr. Gary. I've been listening to you both for quite a long time now.
You
I
mean
do have
tonight for quite a long time, or like
no, well, actually, Dr. Gary, I was listening live to the show you had with Ann Burgess when you profiled Brian Koberger. That was like 3.5 years ago, I think. Something like that.
Oh, you're talking about on you're not talking about on Chris's podcast.
No, I think that was STS, I believe.
I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just remember your profile and when it ended up being so accurate. Just after that, I was kind of like interested in following what you had to say. And so when I saw you on Josh's show, I started listening. So yeah, I would say I can't really remember how long it's been since I've listened to you, Josh, but yeah. And then for you, Josh, I really resonated with your story. My mom left in relationship with a abusive person about a year and a half ago who has not really been able to accept that it's over. And just a very kind of a obsessive, stalker sort of behaviors. And we really, actually, the police have been the opposite of helpful. He has a really good way of putting on this personality. It's very creepy in front of other people. So yeah, I don't really know where I'm going with this, but when you talk about it, it does mean a lot to me just because I don't feel as weird. I feel like I can't talk to people
I understand. I get
that
it.
because it's like it's my family member, my former family member, someone I had known since I was 4 years old. Um and so to kind of like have a family member who is alive but like dead to you in a way, and also who you kind of have to be afraid of, is just, it's not really easy to talk about.
No, it's absolutely terrible. And feel free to email me if you ever want to talk about that. I it's something that I've done with Victim Witness for a long time, and there is help even if she's not getting the help that she should be from authorities. There are other options.
I might do that then. Yeah. I mean, and actually, Dr. Gary, I have your book as well, but this situation has been so stressful to me that I've almost been afraid to read it because I don't want to read something that might make me think something is going to happen.
Can I ask you a question? What is if you had to boil it down, what is the essence of what has you the most upset about this story?
Okay, so my mom's, you mean?
Yeah.
Well, probably the fact, and I'm gonna get kind of personal here, but he has been able to convince the police here that she is actually the perpetrator. And we've had to get 2 different charges dismissed. We've spent a lot of money on lawyers that we don't really have. And she's been put in jail 3 times now because of him, based on false allegations. And the last time that it happened, it had escalated to a situation where he followed her somewhere. She was in her car. I'm kind of nervous of speaking about the details. I'll just say he showed up, did something that was really, really inappropriate, took her phone. And then when my mom had someone who met her there, and then when they showed up, they called the police and he went to them and basically fabricated this whole story again. And it's just very frustrating because it's just someone who keeps getting away with a lot of bad things. But I mean, on that note, I want to say also that I do appreciate the way you guys will bring, and I'm sorry if I'm not trying to alienate anyone with this, but Jesus and Christ into these things, because prayer has been really important to me, and listening to you talk about it as well means a lot. But yeah, I'll stop talking. But
No, I don't see why you feel you have to stop talking. I mean, it sounds like it helps you just to say it out loud. I mean, what's so terrible about that?
oh, nothing. I don't want to take too much time away from anyone else.
I don't know. I mean, you waited your turn.
Yeah,
It's
we're
like
li-
the other day I was online in the post office and somebody, this guy came up behind me. He said, "You're taking too long." And I said, "I want you to know I was here last week and you took 20 minutes."
Is
And
that
I
true?
said, "My turn." Yes. And I said, "Now it's my turn."
You
You
said
wait
that.
for me, sir.
You said that.
Yes.
God, you are king of confrontation, bro.
Well, listen, I waited 20 minutes for that guy picking the beautiful stamps he wanted to put on his bills. Okay. Flags? You got flags? Got balloons? I don't, clowns? So, I don't want to put a wedding stamp on my Con Edison bill. Well, all right. Well, I waited for him 20 minutes. Now it's my turn. Well, same thing with you. It's your turn. So you take as long as you want. You waited a long time. So the thing is, look, um, how's your mom?
I mean, she's a great person. She's the sole provider and caretaker of my younger siblings, which is also super stressful because every time she's gone to jail overnight, I've had to go stay with my sisters or take time off work, etc. But she's really strong. I think I stress out more than she does, to be honest. She is just trying to be strong and do her best every day, and she stays as cautious as she can be. And we're just hoping eventually he'll stop. I don't really know.
What do you see as your role in the situation in terms of the family system and how you try to help?
Oh, I mean, I definitely have become like the father that stepped up, because my mom obviously didn't have lost half of her parenting unit. He, you know, we think he's been doing drugs, so that's why I think like the change in behavior, but for an explanation. But yeah, I kind of am losing my train of thought here, but I guess I just am really trying to help everyone out as much as I can. But a lot of it's out of my control. So
Well, there's a lot worse things you could be in this world than the one who tries to step up and take care of everybody else when everything goes to hell.
yeah, I've had a lot of people tell me that it's not my responsibility and that it's, my mom's problems. And I like understand that to an extent, but that's really not something that I can just.
Well, because you almost feel like saying, I understand that psychologically, but that's not how love works.
Right. And for my sisters too, if I didn't have younger sisters who needed, someone to pick them up or someone to stay overnight or to drop them off at like a sleepover or something. Um, yeah.
Sometimes when in a family system, somebody doesn't know how to love, another person feels compelled to love excessively because they feel the damage that's done by that person not loving anyone. And the thing is, to love when you've already been the kind of person who probably did that easily, and then to have to do it for two and for even more, is a lot of work and a lot of pressure on a person. But I think it happens to strike at your, strike the chords of your probably already sensitive heart. And to see that. And so I think, like I said, I have a great admiration for the way that you're dealing with it, but try to remember that empathic souls, if their battery burns out, everybody's in the soup, everybody's in a lot of trouble. And just don't let that happen, right? But remember that you're the salt of the earth.
When you talk to people about this and you say that there's a lot of people that say that it's not your problem, are these family members, friends, both?
So it is other family members on my other side of the family. So this is my stepfather that we're talking about. This is not my real dad. Um, well, real dad, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
My biological dad. So I have him usually kind of telling me like, you need to focus on yourself more, or yeah, mostly friends, family.
Do you ever talk to him?
To my stepdad.
Yeah.
No, I have him blocked on everything because I mean, he's like a crazy person. He was he was going around like he found some diary I wrote when I was like 9 or something, and like was took a page of it out of context, was sending it to a bunch of people, and he sent me the page, and at that point I just like blocked him because I'm like, you're crazy. You've lost the plot. I don't know.
Sure. And you feel like obviously this is your mother and that you have younger siblings that are sort of in the path of this thing, and you obviously feel some sort of responsibility, correct?
Well, yeah. I mean, I just want them to have still a normal life, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's very tough, especially with younger siblings and, wanting to protect your mother. One of the things that I guess my biggest, I guess I can't call it a regret because I didn't have any choice, but I wish that I was able to be older when this situation with my parents were unfolding, because I felt like I probably could have handled it. Now here's the thing is that I don't. That's just my thought. I don't know that to be true. I know that there are a lot of people in my family when it went down that, a couple people were out of town and they said, if I had only been in town, um, and I'm not saying that this is where this is headed or anything like that. I'm just saying that this is, your thought that you do feel some responsibility for your family. And I mean, who doesn't, when it's when it's your mother and your little sisters or brothers or whoever, specifically doesn't really matter. But um, the one thing that you do have to remember is that you also have to protect yourself in every aspect, and you have to take care of yourself. It's okay to worry about your mother and try and help. And I know, the legal system is just is tough and it gets bound up. We didn't get a lot of help either
Yeah.
from the police, which is really frustrating because a lot of the times they would tell you their hands are tied. And who knows if that's, who knows if that was, I know back in the 80s, that was more of the case than it is now. I just think that when you are trying to, extend yourself and be a protector, um, it can really weigh you down in life. And especially when you don't have as much control as you think and as you want. So, I my best advice really, and once again, you feel free to email me because there are services that are offered, but that, especially with your mother, stay vigilant and just report anything and everything. You just have to do it. Um, and don't let him slide on anything. Don't let him get away. I know that he's manipulating and an overused term that I hear a lot is gaslighting, but it sounds like there's I don't know the situation.
Yeah. It's very creepy. I've had someone described it to me at one point. A third party, his nephew actually, who came to do a wellness check on him. So this was a long time ago, but when the police came, he did this personality switch. And he said that it really freaked him out the way that he could just turn it on and turn on this like
What they do.
different person. And it's really freaky because I remember initially back when I still did have some contact with him. And I would like, obviously him and my mom are separated, but I would see him when I saw my sisters. He would tell me something and I would almost believe it, except for the fact that I knew it couldn't or wasn't true. And it really did freak me out, how easily I could be swayed. And so I understand, why these strangers who don't know anything about us might be taking his side. But it's been frustrating because we've had a lot of like evidence to the contrary. I don't know. It's weird. I'll email you because I know I'm being vague, but I'm kind of being purposefully vague. I think you can understand.
Guys like this and people like that become, especially when they kind of get it thrown back in their face and people stand up to them, they turn into professional victims really fast. I'm being harassed. That's what it's just like a man-child thing. I've seen it.
So frustrating. Yeah.
It's annoying and it's just going, you are just a little bitch. I mean, excuse my language, but it's just like, where was this big tough guy before all this, and then somebody stands up to you and you go, and they start going, boo, I'm being harassed. And, it's just typical behavior from, I've seen it. I've seen it with all these guys. You see it even in like the Barry Morphews of the world. I don't know if you know who that is, or
I think I might be a little young.
This just happened just not too long ago, but these guys, Scott Peterson,
Oh yeah.
they turn into these just little crybabies that were so tough and dominating, and then somebody shows some resistance, and they're just like rah, 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 rah. But anyway, yeah, please feel free, and I appreciate your call, and I understand the frustration and the anger and stress me, the fear. I get it all. I completely understand it. But like I said, any chance that your mother can move? I mean, is there anything like that?
I don't know if financially, I don't know if we're going to be able to pull it off yet. She would like to, but my sisters don't want to leave their school district either, like for them to have to uproot their whole lives just because somebody won't
I understand.
accept no is just pretty frustrating.
I understand. That's a family decision you guys are going to have to make. I understand. I won't give you any advice on that because I don't know the dynamics, and I just, I don't want to overstep anything, but I completely understand that. But there are options. So I look forward to hearing from you, and I appreciate the call.
Yep. Thank you. Good night to you both.
Take care.
Are you still there?
Yes, I am.
I predict about you that for the rest of your life, you'll always be a person who would never run out of a burning building without running back in to rescue the other people.
That's really sweet. I really appreciate that from you. That means a lot.
Well, think about what I mean by it. All right. Take care. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Take care.
You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Let's see. Cassie, go ahead, Cassie.
Yep, I'm back.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are y'all?
Doing fine, thank you.
Good. I have a couple opening questions. I always have notes, so I have a couple opening questions and then some questions, some regular questions. I just heard the
Cassie. I know who Cassie is. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Josh, can you actually see me? Are you able to see me?
I can see you, yeah, but
Yeah, I know nobody else can, but I was just curious.
Are you a figment of Josh's imagination? Are you a puka?
A poop god?
Like Harvey the Rabbit or something?
I don't think so.
You only exist in Josh's mind, you understand?
I get it.
Are
But
you a Fig Newton of Josh's imagination?
a Fig Newton. No,
Those are the worst. Like those are the worst treats ever.
I love Fig Newtons.
Ugh.
Well, they had to grow on me, but my
Like
mom
fruit.
forced me.
Get
My
it?
mom forced me to eat them when I was younger, and they
Ugh.
grew on me. But
Disgusting.
anyway, it's something interesting to kind of start out with. I just heard something today about the oldest person. She was the last person to ever be put on an iron lung.
I heard that too.
Yeah, when she was 5 years old, and she's been in it ever since, and she lived to 78, and she just recently died, and she's the last person to have died who had an iron who was in an iron lung. I just found that really interesting, and just her they did an interview, I think like 5 days before she passed away, and it was just so enlightening because she the circumstances that she was facing were about as bad as you can get, but she still found, she was paralyzed in her right hand, but she learned to paint with her left hand. She learned to write piano music that she could play with just her left hand. And so it was a really uplifting story. But anyway, I just thought that was really cool that she lived to 78 years old as well. It was pretty amazing.
Terrible way to have to spend your time.
Absolutely. But she had such a positive attitude, and I just thought, I don't think I really have anything to complain about.
Well, I go through that all the time. Whenever I see anything, remotely, like especially children with medical issues.
Yeah.
I don't know, for some reason it just like hits me in the core every single time.
The only consolation I draw from nightmare stories like that is that these are people that would give anything to be on the day of judgment. Ultimately, from a spiritual perspective, what a beautiful thing to be a person who has a soul like that to give back to God.
Yeah.
Spent your whole life doing virtually nothing to hurt anybody in the world. A suffering soul that can identify with Christ crucified. The spirituality of a person like that is extraordinary.
Yeah, it really is.
And, if it's understood. And I look at people like that the world says, oh, what a terrible, and of course it is.
Yes.
From a spiritual perspective, some people like that, they radiate light.
Yeah.
And it's quite a story. I know the story of this little girl, by the way, and I didn't think it was going to come up tonight, but it's a fascinating story.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and she just passed recently, so I just in the last couple of weeks. So,
okay. So what can we do for you in the world of true crime?
I have one more.
To go from saints to sinners.
Do you like E.E. Cummings?
Oh, I adore him. I know many of his poems by heart.
Okay, he is one of my favorites. What's your favorite poem, do you think?
Maggie and Millie and Molly and May went down to the beach to play one day. Maggie came home with a shell that sang so sweetly she couldn't remember her troubles. You know that one.
Yeah.
And I love many of them. Perhaps you should listen to Susan Obwell, who used to correspond with the jazz singer who set so many of his poems to music so beautifully.
Yeah.
She's wonderful. And I love Somewhere I've Never Traveled. I think my favorite E. Cummings poem is You Are Tired, I think.
I don't know if I know that one. I'll have to look it up.
Oh, I'm crazy.
I really, yeah. I
don't tempt me to read it. Josh will have a conniption fit.
Some people, I like the.
I would not have a conniption fit. I would just tell you if I liked it or not, but I won't say a word. You feel free.
You would say that you didn't like it.
Well, I'm not. I won't opine. Just go ahead. Read it.
You want me to read it? Okay.
No, I don't want you to, but please feel free.
I'll read it.
All right.
I love that poem.
And I won't say a thing.
Okay. It's a poem that you it's a poem that you would read to someone that you fall in love with and you're saying to the person that you and they have been through a lot of crap and are sick of it, and you're sick of it too.
Mm-hmm.
And you've now fallen in love with them because you share the desire to finally find something that isn't going to fall apart or be phony. And it's a very, very beautiful poem. I love it. And let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. It says, it starts out, I think, kind of drier, and then it suddenly becomes like extremely romantic, but that, I think that's part of the point. But it says, you are tired, I think, of the always puzzle of living and doing, and so am I. Come with me then, and we'll leave it far and far away. Only you and I understand. You have played, I think, and broke the toys you were fondest of, and are a little tired now. Tired of things that break. And just tired. So am I. But I come with a dream in my eyes tonight, and knock with a rose at the hopeless gate of your heart. Open to me. For I will show you the places nobody knows, and if you like, the perfect places of sleep. Ah, come with me. I'll blow you that wonderful bubble, the moon, that floats forever into day. I'll sing you the distinct song of the probable stars. I will attempt the unstartled steps of a dream until I find the only flower which shall keep, I think, your little heart while the moon comes out of the sea. That's a very beautiful poem, isn't it?
I really like that one.
Oh, gorgeous. Well, the point being that, when you find that person that what you have in common with them is that you've been treated like crap, and you want to love each other. It's a very beautiful poem. And I think he wrote it when he was in an asylum, which, a lot of his stuff was written when he was in an asylum.
Yeah.
And,
I know he's pretty controversial to some people just because of he's so
syntax and everything. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the syntax and make the lexicon and everything.
But he had lines that were so magnificent.
Yeah.
A simple example. He had a line that said, "For whatever we lose, like a you or a me, it's always ourselves we find in the sea." Now that's very beautiful, and he's right.
Yeah.
It means when you go into the world, whatever you identify with, whatever you find interesting or attractive or even horrible, it's because you're finding you.
Yeah.
They're you. That's why they interest you. See?
Yeah.
Or you're interpreting them as being you instead of understanding who they really are. And he had that lovely line, and May came home with a smooth, round stone, as small as a world and as large as a loam. A beautiful line,
Yeah.
Somewhere I have never traveled, gladly beyond experience. That the lines are gorgeous, and I think he was something of a genius, to be honest with you. Was he a little pretentious with his lowercase e's and his syntax?
But he clearly thought in a different way than anyone else. He clearly
he's thought disordered. He was in an asylum.
Well, okay, well, there's that, but I'm just saying he as creative. I can't get that word out. Creatively, he took a lot of chances that were not normal. I mean, he went outside the norms. One of my favorites. It's a cliche one, but is I carry your heart.
Yeah.
I have that framed in my house. But another one is I don't know if it's and then I'll move on after that. But it's hang on. I thank you, God. I thank you, God, for this. I thank you, God, for this. Thank you, God, for most this amazing. Have you heard that one? It's about nature, about just.
I know my poetry.
You didn't make any acknowledgement, so I wasn't sure if you'd heard that, but yeah, I really enjoy that one, and it's kind of touched me recently a little bit because
why?
Just it's just about, I feel like it's about reawakening, kind of coming out of darkness, and I don't know, and into light, I guess, and into just the beauty of the world around you. I don't know. And I really identify with nature. I don't know. I who have died am alive again today, and this is the sun's birthday. This is the birth of the day of life and love and wings, and of gay, great happening, illimitably earth. I don't know. And it says, now the ears of my ears awaken, now the eyes of my eyes are opened. I just feel like, I don't know, it's kind of about having an awakening of sorts. And I just identify with that right now.
That's beautiful.
But anyway, back to the actual.
But poetry is about.
Damn it, Gary.
Sorry, Josh.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Seriously, no. Go. I'm kidding.
I don't remember. Go ahead.
Yeah, you do. No, and people are going to go. No, don't even do that. You know exactly what you're
don't remember.
No, bull crap.
Really
Now people are going to go, you cut Dr. Gary off.
The thought came up like a little fly and was swatted out of the air. It's gone. I don't remember it. Go ahead. Continue. What was the rest of your question?
Okay, it's more about the Nancy Guthrie case. I have a few questions, things that are just, once again, I'm full of questions. I can't stop thinking. My brain won't stop. So, and when I have questions that don't have answers, I don't like it. But if there's things that don't make sense. So I just wondered if maybe you could provide some, or at least give your perspective on certain things.
Josh and I have been talking about this case left, backwards, forwards, upside down.
I know you have.
I can only give so much, speculation at this point, but because everything does have that kind of standstill feel, but
yeah.
But anyway, go on.
Well, no, and it's not about anything. I don't think you have to speculate on necessarily. It's just kind of inconsistencies or things that that don't make sense to me. But well, first of all, and I'm not trying to be critical, but it does feel like there's a lot of tunnel vision with this case. And it's kind of hard for me because I feel like I feel like everyone's so stuck on Annie and Tommaso, and I do understand why. I to an extent, I understand why, but I also think there are just as many things pointing away from them as there are, or I think there are more things pointing away from them than there are toward them. And so I just one question I have: why would they have eliminated her for financial gain when she was in poor health and probably would have passed away, not too far in the future, but then they don't leave her body where it can be found so that they can actually get that money. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you would think that if it was a financial motive and it was an elimination murder for financial motive, that they would.
I don't think it was elimination murder. That was a theory that was considered. I considered for a time. But now, because of the absence of any demonstrable benefit, I don't think that that's what it was about. I have a different hypothesis about it. That is something that we considered. I mean, that's the term I coined. Of course, I considered it, but I don't think that. I don't think that. I'm not as compelled that that's what went on.
So, are you able to?
It's a little tricky. I want to be careful about it, but I do have a theory about it, but I'd rather not get into it because it'll be misinterpreted. I'll just say that at this current time, I'm less compelled by the notion that it was intended it was just a flat out murder masquerading as
Okay.
something else. But I'll get to it eventually. I just want to be a little careful about how I phrase it because it's sensitive. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I guess the second question I guess kind of goes along with that then. But if the family wanted to get to get rid of her, so do you think there's a financial motive at all?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess the thing is if those two were wanting to.
I'm not talking about those two.
Huh?
I'm not talking about those two. You are.
I'm okay.
I don't talk about that. I just say.
Well, it's been heavily implied
because
over and over.
I will
Everyone
no. I have not implied it.
Not you. I'm not saying you. I'm saying other places. It's been heavily implied that too, and it's veiled, but it's very obvious. But anyway, and I'm not talking about you specifically, but if the other thing that kind of bothers, Annie was her caregiver, so if they were wanting to get rid of her, all they, this is morbid, but all they would have, she's so frail, they could have easily, Annie could have, or even Tommaso could have smothered her or done something like that, and that would look like a natural death, and there wouldn't even probably be an autopsy because of her age.
But again, everything points to, in my mind, that it was not intended for her to die. Look, without getting into too much detail, this is what I'm starting to think happened. Just a hypothesis. I think that somebody had some serious financial problem. Whoever that is, somebody who knew this victim, even vaguely. And they knew that nobody around them was going to give them the money to settle that matter.
Yes.
Made an arrangement that money was going to be given in Bitcoin because it was probably ill-gotten money or inappropriately borrowed money or something like that had to be paid back. Knowing that nobody was going to give the money, the idea was, perhaps, let's abduct this woman to force Savannah to put the money into this Bitcoin, and that satisfies the debt.
Right.
Unfortunately, the idiot that is hired to make it look like an outsider did that, killed her.
Yeah.
And then you're left with the money still being owed, and somebody that you have to get rid of a body,
right?
And then you see, and a sweet soul. I'm sorry, I keep mentioning a chef and a waiter, chef and a waiter, chef and a waiter, chef and a waiter. But the point is that there's no other way to describe it. So it's something like that, I think, and then I think if Kalea is involved in some way, if he is perhaps the person that was owed money or something like that, well, then once he was in jail, he wasn't a danger anymore. So then everybody could just lay low. And so that's something I've been thinking about as a possibility. Now, could it be that the point was she was just eliminated for financial reasons? Yeah, but it was a pretty dopey thing to do.
Yeah, I just thought,
right? Or could it have been some stranger comes in and abducts her for money? Not based on statistics.
Yeah,
based on statistics,
but with the kid,
or make it look like an outsider.
Yeah, well, with the whole
chef and the waiter, I haven't heard this before. Just kidding.
I was gonna say.
I like to say she's a woman on the edge.
Oh, there is no question about that.
You mean you know Sweet Soul?
I know of her. Yes, she's a freak one.
A freak what?
Take it how you want.
Very funny, actually. She's like comically pretends to be a hothead. It's like it's all for fun. She pretends she can't stand me.
Dude, she does the same thing to me. Don't worry.
I know that game. She hates me. It's so horrifying.
Not true.
Meanwhile, every comment is directed at, listen, I'm sorry, but there was a chef and a waiter. Get over it. Right. All right. But anyway, so I think it has something to do with that. That kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I'm the female version of Joshy Bear.
That's not that is I'm the female version of me. Don't worry.
I'm gonna throw up now. Now who needs to go have a coffee date? Okay. Well, anyway, so I think the it's something like that. Or, look, I don't subscribe as soon as I hear a theory that takes into consideration the possibility that a total stranger targeted her in this way, I can't listen to it. It's just too aggressive. It's obviously somebody who had some tie to her that has, decided that they wish to do this and make it look like a total stranger did it. But that could be somebody who knows you from like anywhere,
right.
anything.
Right.
It could be intimate, it could be not, so, but they and they're local.
Sorry, didn't mean to.
Check your phone, Dr. Gary.
Is that a little hatred or something?
Yes.
Dripping with venomous hatred?
I sent you a selfie of myself.
The other, I don't know. I guess the other, there's just the Derek Kalela thing. That's the one thing that just I can't. That it just seems too coincidental for me. So that's. I have a lot of questions that point the other way, but it's hard to ignore that connection, obviously. So, I just feel like though. And I know it's been said a lot, but if this were if this were meant to be a kidnapping for ransom, and it was somebody who knew her intimately, why would they not take what she needs to survive? I don't understand that. If this seemed to be so well planned, they thought it was so well planned and thought out, but they didn't take the things that they needed to keep her alive. And
right.
Tommaso would.
That's what I'm saying. And by the way, in response to Captain Jenks, I don't think the mask was for her. But go on.
What mask?
Mask that Portugal was wearing.
Oh, you don't think it was for who?
It wasn't to conceal himself from Nancy.
Oh, yeah. So I hang on. The other, hang on. I had another question.
I feel like you write these down.
Well, you can't see me. Josh can. I have like 5 pages.
It feels like you have them written down.
5 pages of notes. I do.
You remind me of one of those people who wins an Academy Award and pulls out the paper with all the names that they want to read. Like it feels like that. Like you sat down and you were like, I got to thank Miss Jenkins. It was my 3rd grade teacher, and I got to thank her. Right? Am I wrong? You got it all written out, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I have ADHD, so
I hear it. I can tell.
So I have to,
so obvious that you have it all written out.
Yes, because I
and
won't
you
be able
think
to...
like a term paper. Here is my premise. In paragraph 1, I shall present.
Well, yeah, and my medication has worn off by this time of night anyway, so it's even worse. But
I'm sorry. Self-effacing humor cracks me up. I like when people have self-effacing humor. It's funny.
Well, let me see. Okay, I think since the only other thing that I wanted to say was that I guess
I don't know why that was funny when you said, because you have a very dry delivery. You said in this kind of mincing comedic way, my medication is worn off, and I just thought that was funny.
Well,
the way you said it, like you turned into Rodney Dangerfield. I didn't expect you to say that.
It's the truth. Well, yeah. I also don't have a lot of. Sometimes I say too much, so
it's just funny to me.
Because anyway, the only other thing was that. Hang on.
way that
Oh, that about ICAC. That was just another thing.
Right.
I know that Chris keeps going on about ICAC and how they never do any that all they do is internet crimes against children, but I have heard probably 15 FBI agents, and that may have been the way it was when he was working, but every FBI agent says that's a fraction of what they do. What they're heavily, they come in for any heavy tech, anything that's heavily technological, basically, with heavy, where they want to capture everything right there without anything being able to be tampered with, so that they go in and they gather all that information. And so it's only a fraction. The children's cases are only a fraction of what they do. A lot of what they do is this highly technical. That's their specialty. So I think there's too much stock being put in that too. And also that I left a note. I don't have a filter. I left my comment got deleted.
Actually, I think a lot of what you're saying is really very interesting. And you've given a lot of food for thought to the audience. I mean, and I think, even if that's the last page, I mean, there's a lot there. I mean, that was enough there for a whole show. And but I think, you think like a scientist, and you're basically asking important questions. And you are a scientist, aren't you?
Yeah, well, yeah, my degree was microbiology. I do tend to think pretty.
Yeah, she's like extremely intelligent.
Well, I try to. I don't know if I go that far, but
that's why her medication wears off. But I'm glad that yours
my
doesn't work at all.
wears
My medication doesn't work at all, so
I
it wears off.
realized that I was sleeping on my own oxygen tube. I'm just joking. Anyway, but I really enjoy the questions that I think it's smart, to ask these kinds of questions. So I think it's great.
I just feel like there's kind of an echo chamber where a lot of things aren't being, and I could be completely wrong, because I don't know what goes on behind the scenes. Obviously, I just know what's presented, what is presented on the show. I don't know what y'all talk about or what you think behind the scenes, but you can get a pretty good idea, especially, I know Chris has his very solid idea, or very solid theory.
What we talk about before
a lot of confirmation bias there.
What we talk about before the show? Dr. Gary tells jokes about the what was it? The soup sex.
I told that here.
I know, but you said you told it backstage before the other show. That's the stuff we talk about before the show.
Oh, we're ridiculous. We just think things are funny, and
there's a little.
We don't talk about what you think we talk about behind the.
Well, I can only imagine.
It's usually about Dr. Gary getting robbed.
Usually something silly like that, or being shocked at, some bizarre story in the news or some that kind of thing. What's going on in the world? We don't, we got other things to do, So, but I don't know. People think that when you have a specialty in something that's all you talk about. I remember I worked somewhere where a Nobel winner happened to be on staff. And a friend of mine was a very big fan of this Nobel winner. And I remember I came home one day and I said, "Oh, I saw that Nobel winner. We took the elevator together after we were in the cafeteria together briefly." And he said, "Really? What did he talk about? What did he say?" I said, "He bought a Kit Kat and a Snapple and got on the elevator with me, hit the number 6 and said, 'Good day,' and got off. And that was the end of it." In other words, people are just normal behind closed doors. They don't sit around doing their professional thing 24/7. Are you kidding me?
I realize you need a break
so
from
unhealthy.
I get it. I mean,
what an unhealthy snack.
What? Yeah, seriously.
Oh, I could totally picture this person eating Kit Kat and loving it. You know what's one of the funniest things I ever saw in an elevator? It's a true story. There was a woman who, I won't say who she was, but she was from Austria. She was very, very old. And she would always ride the elevator and look kind of sourpuss and whatever. And I don't know if she was perhaps getting too old, and not feeling, not doing well cognitively or something. But it was really sad. I loved her though, but she was such a dour apple, like a sour apple faced kind of person. And one day I was on the elevator. True story. I was on the elevator. The doors open. There she comes, and she's standing there staring into space. And I'm like, chilling out, whatever. And all of a sudden, she starts singing Edelweiss.
Edelweiss?
Austrian, from the Sound of Music.
Yes.
Edelweiss.
Yes.
Edelweiss, and then the doors open, she just walked off. Like she literally walked off. I wanted to open the door and be like, say what's up to the Baron. It was so weird, like so long, farewell.
Yeah.
It was really funny, but she busted out into Edelweiss.
Unbelievable.
That's funny.
A true story.
All right, guys, we gotta move on. We got other calls,
yeah,
but I appreciate it so much.
Yeah. Thanks for talking.
Oh, of course.
I'm sorry, I needed a little comedy in there. I couldn't take it.
No, you're fine.
It was a pleasure, and thank you for calling it and for your kind.
Yeah, and call in again next time. We appreciate it.
Please do.
All right.
Gosh, where is who that makes the funniest calls in the world?
Ooh, Janet?
Janet is the funniest person. Every time Janet calls, I
wait a minute. Well, wait a minute. I don't. Hey, Janet.
I know Janet's here. Yes. I love when Janet. Janet makes me wet my pants. Hi, Janet.
Busy eating some soup. Sorry about that.
Thrilled.
Did you say she makes you wet your pants?
Laughing. She makes me die laughing. She's really funny, Josh. She has stories that are so whacked out. They have my side splitting.
Oh,
Go ahead, Janet. Let's hear it.
Well, first of all, I got my book today. Thank you so much. With your nice little
right. You won a book.
note in it. I did. I was a lucky winner.
When did you get?
I got The Murder of Rachel.
Oh, that's a sad book.
Well,
The Rachel Moran, that's by her mother.
I think they're all probably kind of sad.
Joey H would love that book.
You think so?
Yeah, Joey H would love that book. It's
well, maybe I'll loan it to him when I'm done.
Yeah, no, it's his kind of book. It's a mother writing about the experience of losing her daughter, of what happened to her daughter. It's a very powerful book. Yeah, it's going to be a rough read.
It looks pretty intense.
Uh-huh.
We've had some intense calls tonight too. My gosh.
That's why I'm glad you're here. You'll dance, you'll sort of liven it up. You're like when somebody comes and spikes the punch.
Which is illegal.
Or the exotic parrot that you stare at to wait and see what's going to come out of its mouth.
I knew a racist
metaphor. Who came up with that?
I wonder who.
So in all seriousness, so tell me, in all seriousness, tell me what's on your mind tonight.
Well, I could go a couple different directions. One is I have a little story about Luxembourg, but I also have a little story about a hotel I worked at, a resort, where the night guard thought there was a bomb in the dumpster in the middle of the night. So which one would you like?
The first one.
Luxembourg. Yeah, I took a trip to Iceland.
The randomness is so great. All right, go on, Luxembourg.
Stopped over in Luxembourg on my way home. After I went to Iceland and I did a cruise of the Rhine. but it was before I knew who Hildegard of Bingen was. So even though I cruised in the shadow of her monastery, I had no idea that I had done that. But anyway, when I was on my last night in Luxembourg, I actually had developed a horrible case of bronchitis. And, but I went down to the hotel restaurant anyway, because I needed nourishment. And it was French cuisine, of course. So
Yeah.
I got my dinner. Well, that was after the brandy in the bar because of my cough, and I didn't have cough syrup. But anyway, so dinner was served, and there was this delightful green vegetable with a wonderful, delicate sauce on it. It was just these thin green strips, and I actually could not figure out what vegetable it was. So I called over the waiter, who really didn't know very much English, and I didn't know very much French, but I communicated to him that I wanted to know what the name of the vegetable was. And he said, "So sorry, in English, I don't know." And then he held his finger up, "Hold on a minute." And he went and asked another waiter, all excited because he was going to help this stupid American out. And he came back to the table and he said, "Oh, madame, so sorry. In English, I don't know." And then he got excited all over again and ran off to the maitre d' and had this animated conversation and came back to the table. And "Dr. G, I regret to tell you," he said, "I'm so sorry, madame. In French, I don't know." And one more time, he got that excitement and energy, and he went into the kitchen, where I presume he talked to the chef. And he came back to my table and he said, "Madame, so sorry. In French, I don't, in English, I don't know, but in French, es celery."
Oh, that's
As celery.
I don't know how I feel after that story. I feel concussed. I think that's the word for how I feel. That story, it was something else. Really, you are the greatest storyteller since Edith Bump.
What's the bomb? What's the dumpster bomb story? Can you?
What she's talking about? Well, listen, madame, can you? What's your what's the other
Can
story?
you rattle that one off too?
Okay. Well, I was working the graveyard shift at this really exclusive resort in Sedona. And people that are paying big bucks for your rooms, I hate to inform you, but your life is left in the hands overnight of the likes of one person like me and whoever the guard happens to be, the night guard happens to be. And that's it.
Right.
And so the night guard came to me and said, "I think there's a bomb in the trash can. We have to evacuate the building." It's like 3:00 in the morning. He wants to evacuate the building of these people that are paying like $500 a night.
Is it like lip balm, or it's like a bomb, like an explosive? What kind of bomb?
Ticking. That he thought was a ticking bomb. And this was before 911. So, bombs were not a prevalent fear, especially in isolated locations in Sedona, Arizona. So I had to really fight against him on this idea of evacuating the building. But fortunately, I had the upper hand. And we didn't do it. The compromise was that we called the sheriff's department and had them come to investigate, which took several hours because it was a very large county and only one sheriff on the overnight shift. So they dug through and dug through and dug through. And the night before, the kitchen cook got really pissed off because he had burnt a bunch of pastries because the timer did not go off when it was supposed to notify him to take them out of the oven. And so he took the timer, tick, 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 and threw it in the dumpster. And for that, they wanted to evacuate the hotel.
So let me ask you a question, Janet. How long did you wait online to tell these stories tonight?
No longer than I would have sat in the chat room listening.
Well, that's a good answer. I like that answer. Well, look, first of all, I don't see the connection between the story about Luxembourg and the bomb, but I loved the stories because they were.
There is she gave us 2 to choose from. I chose the first one. Then I said, might as well tell the second one.
You mean there's no thematic relationship between these stories?
No, they're just part of the true life events.
You have a wonderful. The reason I love your storytelling style is that it's almost like Dadaism. It has this quality of just, it's the random, chaotic thing, and the narrative doesn't go where you think it's going to go, and it's sort of fascinating to watch it. I can't explain why I get such a kick out of it.
I think in Dr. You said you're a nut.
No, it's not. No, there's a brilliance to it.
I don't think you are, but I'm just saying. I was just
there is a brilliance to this storytelling style. I can't figure out who you remind me of when you tell these stories like this. There was a comedian that used to do it, but there's a cleverness to it when you really listen to it. And I find it extremely entertaining personally. I think it's hilarious. So, do you know you're funny, or are you not being funny on purpose?
I think you're talking about Richard Pryor or
of Andy Kaufman a little bit, but seriously, do you know you're funny, or is it like, do you do it just by accident?
No, I don't think I'm funny, but I like it that you think I'm funny, so I call in so I can make you laugh.
Hilarious, and you don't even. The thing that makes it so funny is that it's so authentic because you don't do it pretentiously. You just are accidentally hilarious, and I think it's a wonderful You are. You're really funny, but just by dint of your. Anyway, you just.
It's the story of my life, Dr. G. Accidentally hilarious. Yeah.
Well, between the bookstore story and the DB Cooper and the running into the barn or whatever that story was, and this, I mean, these stories are outrageous, but they're funny. They are really funny.
The lore of Janet continues.
Yeah, you are definitely one of a kind. As my mother used to say to me, when what she used to say, when they made you, they threw away the mold. But if I look carefully, I can still see some of the mold.
Your mom said that to you?
Yes.
How dare her?
She thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, but it's an insult.
I think she's the best. Anyway.
No, that your mother was insulting you.
It was a playful insult, a loving insult, the same way I'm making a joke about how Janet tells a story and it feels like she takes the dictionary, cuts it up, and
come sit on my couch.
Throws it into the air like confetti. It's great. It's a fabulous way of telling a story.
Come sit on my couch and let's talk about it.
Okay.
Oh.
Janet, in all seriousness, I think it's beautiful because I know you call in just to make us laugh, and I think it's great.
We love your calls.
Yeah, and it's great. And don't think that we don't know that you play it up just to be funny. You know,
she's hilarious.
Exactly. And but you keep that up. And in the meantime, where's my Hildegard of Bingen CD?
Well, actually, it is somewhere between Texas and New York. As we talk, you'll probably have it Tuesday.
Hey, Gary, look what my mod Mary and her pop sent me.
Well, Titanic.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Isn't it cool?
Yeah. Where's mine? You know, I collect the Titanic.
Yeah, me too.
I literally right there. There's a scale model of the whole of the boat, like next to me.
Yeah, it's awesome.
with the Titanic.
Me too.
Aw.
It's one of my favorites. The first documentary I ever did was about the Titanic. It's
Really?
it's unpublished, but I'll send it to you. I thought it was good.
You
It's
should.
called Titanic on Fire. It was about the coal fire that was going on in the Titanic.
Really?
Oh wow.
That's
Yeah.
interesting. Did I ever tell you that I, without giving the name, that one of my students that came to study with me at Columbia was the grandson of a very famous person that died on the Titanic? And, you know, not that it would be like a big secret, right? Just for whatever reason, I won't say the name. And I remember, honest to God, I got a phone call one day that went something like this: Dr. Brucato, I won't be able to come in to work for a little while. And I said, is everything okay? Yeah. Well, anything going on? Robert Ballard has taken me down in a submarine to see the remains of the Titanic, so I won't be able to come to work. I said, okay, that's a pretty good excuse. I mean, and I got off the phone. I put the phone down and I was like, what did I just hear? Like, what? Like, just think about that. You know, it's like that amazed me. It was the coolest thing ever. But I you know, the Titanic is amazing to me. Just absolutely amazing.
It's one of the greatest stories that's ever been told, because when you bill something as unsinkable and you mock God by saying that, and on its very first voyage, it's unbelievable. I mean, just think about it. Everything that had to go wrong.
I know.
Went wrong.
You know who's the human equivalent of the Titanic, in my opinion? Clavicular. Is the Titanic in human form. He is. That's what he is. He is the embodiment of the Titanic that has now slammed into an iceberg and has to eat crow.
I have some Titanic trivia from the movie. When Jack grabbed a stranger's overcoat so he could sneak into first class.
I was so brown. Yeah, go ahead.
You can see the name of the person the coat belonged to. It's my last name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
But come on, wasn't there a part of you that was a little happy when she knocked him off that thing and let him drown? He was so annoying. I'm only kidding. But the thing is that she kept saying, "I'll never let go, Jack. I never let go, Jack." And then next thing you know, he couldn't fit on that piece of wood.
You know, James Cameron said that was a huge regret of his, is making it too big.
It's the most ridiculous thing.
Well, he's an idiot for making the door. He made the door a double wide. He should have just made it like a little plank or something.
Exactly. I'll never let go, Jack. She loves him that much.
I'll never let go. It was metaphoric. She had to let go.
That was
he was frozen to death.
Right. And what'd she do with that Star of the Sea?
She threw it in the sea. She was a big liar, actually, and not a very good person.
Exactly. You ever see the person who used the AI to replace?
She cheated on her husband on the cruise, and then stole his gift, and then threw it in the water and lied to everybody about it for years. I'll never let go, Jack. And she lets go.
Oh, that the camera pans away, but if it didn't, you'd see she goes knocks him off, knocks him right into the water.
I had a coworker that thought that the Titanic, the movie, was the events that were portrayed was real. He's like, dude, he was such a simple guy. He goes, how could those papers last that long down there? And I said, what papers? And he's like, the drawings of her. I go, it's a movie. He's like, no, but that Titanic's a true story, right? And I go, yeah. And I go, but not that part. I mean, I felt really bad. He could drive a car. I couldn't believe it.
You know that they're reviving the Titanic, and in 2027 it's going to sail. They're making a replica.
I've heard that, but nothing ever happens. I've heard this like for 10 years.
When something's terrible the first time and then it's gone, don't bring it back a second time. I think it's going to be better than the first time. As a rule, it never works. Learn your lesson the first time.
All right, Janet, we're going to move on.
Janet, it was a pleasure.
Always is.
I am holding you personally responsible for the loss of millions of brain cells. I think that we're going to say a little prayer for them. But after, no, seriously, I'm putting my head down in prayer for the
All right, let's go.
millions of brain cells that I lost. By the time you got to Luxembourg, I was in the millions, dead.
Wow.
Dead. No, I'm just joking. It actually was hilarious. And I still think my favorite story of yours is the bookstore. I watched that episode back one day and was on the floor dying, rolling. The fact that you don't call it an occult bookstore is my favorite.
Not only does she not call it that, she defends it that it's not.
What do you call it, Jen? And then we're going to let you go. But what should we call it if you don't want to call it an occult bookstore? What was it? A spiritual bookstore?
I prefer to call it a self-help bookstore.
Okay.
Because we specialized in 12-step books, all the Hazelton publications.
Oh, well then, okay. So
because we found that was a deep, deep pocket of business.
Oh, so it wasn't really self-help.
What do you mean?
I'm just making a joke, Jan.
Which is another like layer of your hilarity is that you don't get.
Yes, I know.
Jokes sometimes
that's part of what's so great about Jan. Yes.
I take things very literally.
You're a straight woman, like when Groucho Marx used to say that he loved Margaret Dumont because she never got any of the jokes, so it made her like perfectly straight faced, and he could be mincing around her and saying hilarious things, and she would just look at him, because she didn't understand he was being funny. And I think it's a gift to have that kind of, that much of an Amelia Bedelia is a great thing.
And also the random bursts of laughter.
Yes, those are also terrific.
I love those. Those are my favorite.
Yes, they are funny.
You're a fan favorite, Janet, and we're gonna.
I think Janet should be on Lab T-shirts as a breakout character. Personally, I really am looking forward to the CD. Seriously, I'm a big fan, and I really love Hildegard Bingen. So I probably will have it, but I may not. You never know.
You will. It's on its way, and I really would love to hear what you think of it, but I don't want to put pressure on you.
I'm going to absolutely love it because I'm a huge fan. I think she was a genius and ahead of her time, and I love even her healing writing. So she's wonderful. So thank you for thinking of me.
All right, okay. Janet.
And remember, everything we say, we're only kidding.
Well, Gary speaks for himself. All right.
Ciao.
Bye. Dr. Gary, I know you're fading. I know you're tired. We got a few more. We'll take a few more calls and then we'll.
I'm a little punchy, but if we have,
I completely understand.
You mean more than 2?
Yeah, double that. But guess what? Good thing is we control how long they last.
You do.
No, I don't. You do. I'm just kidding. I don't want to rush people. I really don't. Go ahead. I can't see your full name there, but go ahead and tell me where you're calling from. Octothorpe. Yeah, something.
Oh, hi. It's Octothorpe Queen here.
Okay. All right. Where are you calling from?
Oh, that's really sweet. Holy man. I did not expect this. I'm from Canada.
Okay. Very nice.
Yeah. From the prairies. And try to get hashtag Queen. No, you're going to have a bunch of numbers behind it. So it's Octothorpe Queen.
There you go.
Do you think people in the audience know what an Octothorpe is?
No.
It's just a hashtag.
Exactly.
Oh.
Thank you. I knew you'd get that.
Hashtag symbol.
It's that's a number symbol.
Yeah, it's called an Octothorpe.
So I worked at a company, and we'd be like calling into like the company, and you know how you have to hit like hash, like number sign something to get to some sort of area in the call, and he'd be like, "Oh, I need to hit Octothorpe 1 for," and I was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" But anyways, so yeah, special guy. Anyways, I'm glad you caught that. So there's a few things here, and we've been talking about a lot of like really like heavy stuff, fun stuff, whatever. I just wanted to say I bought your book, Gary, and it came to the door, and it was like, I don't know if I'm quite ready for this. Like, this looks pretty heavy, like just by the cover.
That's how
But
people feel when they meet me.
yeah. No, I get that. Yeah, but I'll get to it. It's there. I just have to crack it. I'm just like, oh, I don't know what to expect really. So put it that way. But anything that I've watched and whatever, love you for sure. And so I wanted to talk about, first of all, there's lots of things, but first of all, Nancy Cree.
Mm-hmm.
So
Is that
there's
case
a court,
popular
what?
in Canada? Is that case as popular in Canada as it is in the U.S.?
No, not at all. Somehow this came across like my spectrum of social media and whatever, and I've never been like a true crime person at all, but somehow that captured my interest, and now I'm like all in. I'm watching like Nancy Guthrie stuff. I'm watching the Richens, like Corey Richens. I'm like, now I was watching like the live preliminary hearing of like the Utah, I think it's Robinson, and
Yeah, that's Gary's favorite case, actually.
which one is?
The Tyler Robinson one.
Oh yeah, right, with all the political stuff. Love
Just kidding.
that,
He
right?
hates it.
Yeah, I saw that. He hates that. Okay, whatever. But I was watching it through like Joe the professor, I don't know if you know, Surviving the Survivor. She's
I
on
see
that
Michael
too.
Bruno in the audience.
Yeah, so
He's not just in the audience, Dr. Gary.
I'm not looking for a like opinion on that. I'm just saying like, wow, I'm pretty new to all this stuff. Anyways, I think that like, I don't know, I'm starting to think that maybe I should start representing like Canada cases or something. I don't think there's a lot of that,
Well,
but
what about Jack and Lily? Are you familiar with them?
not so much. No.
From, I believe Nova Scotia, maybe.
Okay, that's way out in the Maritimes. Yeah, I'm more central.
Two little kids missing, went missing.
Oh yeah. No, I did hear about that.
I pay attention to that one, but it just there seems to be no movement.
There's a lot of stuff in Canada actually, like Indigenous missing women. There's like this highway and things, like there's some pretty crazy stuff going on. So
those cases with them Burgess and Victor Trek at Boston College.
Yeah, so
we specialize.
I think maybe, I don't, like I say, I'm pretty new to this, but maybe I'm also like fairly well versed in like media and stuff. So maybe that's something I should take on, just to get.
Maybe you should start a podcast.
Yeah, to get some stories out there in the Canadian realm and stuff. But I think you guys are the ones that are inspiring me. So let's.
Well, I think that's wonderful. Listen, podcasts, when they're done right, and you don't become, one of these, I'm not going to get into it. There are bad paths one can go down, but if you stay on the right path, it can be very good. It can really bring awareness to a case. You can give ideas that make their way into the press or into law enforcement if they're really clever. You can have guests on that give brilliant insights. You could, you could get big enough that you could do a book. You really help people sometimes, who call in or check. And I think you should consider doing a podcast. I really do, on Canadian crime or something like that.
I think that I feel somewhat of inspired by TIR, and I watched you, and I watched Joe the Professor, and
Wonderful.
some really good people, and I just think maybe Canada does need to be represented more in some of these. There's a lot of big cases here too, right? So
I know. And you've got some horrible cases in your history. I mean, Paul Bernardo. It wasn't Willie Picton from there. Wasn't Willie the one with the pig farm? Wasn't he Canadian?
Yeah, right. Yes.
I think you've got a fascinating history there. And
there's the one with we had this Canadian bus ground, I forget what it was, but the company, but anyways, so you could travel across Canada on this bus, and then all of a sudden there was this big murder on the bus, and this person was totally taken apart pretty much, and it was really awful. But it's those how do you say, I would say more mental health cases that they hear voices and then all of this. But
you know what it's called in New York City when somebody mutilates somebody on public transportation? Tuesday.
Yeah, exactly.
Tuesday.
Yeah, exactly. That's
so horrifying. I'm sorry, I was distracted because there's somebody in the audience who is saying
fair enough
that they're a relative of Arthur Shawcross, who I've written about. And I have letters from. So that's very interesting to me. So listen, I think the name is DJ Paddock. That's very cool. Feel free to contact me. I know everything there is to know about Arthur Shawcross. And if you look at the New Evil, we even I published a poem that I had from a letter that he had written in the New Evil. But for the caller, I think the take-home point of this conversation is I think there's an eagerness in you to kind of investigate and share with the public, and you have kind of bubbly, warm personality.
I don't know how it got there, but I have lots of things to say. So could we can I continue with I want to talk about Nancy Guthrie for a second.
Go ahead.
Go on.
Okay. So there's some weird things that I've been watching it for a long time, and nobody's ever, I shouldn't say nobody has ever. Nothing I have seen has really come across as bringing this up. And number one is Porch Guy. Okay, Porch Guy. The way he walks, everyone is oh, he walks strange and all of this. Well, to me, and I'm sure it's been looked at numerous times, but does it not look like he's walking as if there's rain, he's getting wet, or there's sprinklers or something going on, he's hunched over. He doesn't want to I don't know, get wet. Number one, these are really a little bit out there, but yet have been on my mind. And I'm not saying whatever. These are just maybes. Mm-hmm. Another thing, a caller has come on tonight and said, oh, the Porch Guy looked like he had TC's runners or whatever. Well, another really sort of out there thought, and I've heard it like a few times, is that okay, maybe there's it's staged, right? So
That's
maybe
not
it's
out there. I'm the one who said that.
so maybe it's staged to look like, sorry, I don't know. But like I said, I'm kind of new to all this. But maybe it was just staged to look like him, and not totally look like him, but
Oh, that I didn't say. I thought you meant there was some aspect of staging and giving the impression of something else having gone on.
well, that or this is another aspect, is like, okay, maybe they're, I don't know. I think that there's a financial aspect, but at the same time, maybe they're kind of trying to look like, let's say, going into the house. So I don't know if the sprinkler was set off. I've heard some talk about sprinklers, but the way he walks is almost like
There was a broken sprinkler, but I don't know if
it's
that's what they were
raining
looking
or a sprinkler. Yeah, that's probably pretty far-fetched, but I'm just saying. Okay. So I think he like bends over like as if something, I understand the hiding of the face, and but I mean, I guess it could be considered that maybe a sprinkler was set off. I don't know. Also, in my following of this whole case, I got really intrigued and I couldn't stop from the beginning. So I watching JL Live, and one guy early on in himself. Have you guys talked about this guy? And he kept like naming lawyers in the area, and
Is it cutting in and out to you?
huh? What?
So you were going in and out.
I don't know, but anyways, so I thought that was interesting that like this guy just kept up. And like the chef cook, he always came up with the chef cook sort of theory. All of this.
That was my theory. I was the first person to put that out there.
I know you were, but I thought it was interesting that this person early on had like started naming.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
these
anyway.
are interesting points. I mean, I think it's great that you're thinking critically about it. And I think that the fact is there's a lot that just doesn't add up. And if you get enough people together who ask questions like this, maybe something will get rattled loose. This is why I think you should consider doing a podcast.
I don't know. For some reason, it says her connection's unstable. It keeps going in and out. So I don't know.
Well, I really think she should consider doing a podcast. She seems eager to do that.
I don't know. Everything was working fine. Anyway, we'll just have to move on. I could try and come back, but let me see. Hold on. Michael, go ahead. You're on.
Oh, Michael.
Is my audio bad?
No, Michael. I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. I'm here.
There you are.
I'm here. I'm putting you on full screen. Hey, can I go up? I would love to let you guys see me in the listen, I love the chat. I love the chat on the lab. Guys, without you, there would not be a show. I love the chat on the lab. So now, Josh Diaz. Oh my God, Josh, put me up, Josh. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Josh.
What's up, man?
Dr. Gary Brucato, an absolute thrill to even be next to you. Now,
well, you're not next to me. You're underneath me.
I'm from New York. Now listen, lab rat.
I didn't mean
lab
that.
rat, lab rat. Now, if anyone knows I'm a lab rat, I might have to explain to everybody. I'm from New York, you know what I mean? So no one wants to be called a rat. But let me tell you, I am a lab rat. I love Josh Diaz and the lab. The call-in show is the best on YouTube. The call-in show with the lab with Josh Diaz and Dr. Brucato. You are a mainstay. Without you, forget about it. Now listen, Josh, I don't want to pump up Dr. Gary's ego too much because I don't want him going nowhere. He is so good. I don't want him going anywhere. Dr. Gary, you and Josh Diaz are amazing. I love you guys. Now, let me get to what I want to say. There was 18,000 stories calling. I had an opinion on every one. Now, I'm going to get to New York stories because I have the legendary Dr. Gary Brucato on the line.
Native
so, Gary, I want to talk to you, Gary, about the Son of Sam.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he was by himself, Dr. Gary.
Really? And you don't mean the dog that was fake. So tell me, who do you think assisted him? That's very interesting.
I think it was a guy named John Carr. John Carr or something like that. But he had other guys assisting him. Now, Dr. Gary, my question to you is, I know you're not a psychic or a mind reader, but listen, Dr. Gary, do you think that David Berkowitz acted alone?
I think that if David Berkowitz were capable of forming a relationship with another human being, he wouldn't have had to have killed all those people.
So is your answer, you think he did it alone, Dr. Gary?
The evidence suggests it.
Yes.
But I'm always open with these guys to the possibility that, there was some involvement with other people.
Dr. Gary.
But my answer is that based on the evidence I have seen, no, because he was a deeply lonely, almost pathetic soul, who I think was motivated by a desire to compensate for that and sort of feel.
But Dr. Gary, he had friends in New York City. And I bring up this question, Dr. Gary Brucato, because you are a New York City guy.
That's
and
true.
I'm not sure if you grew up in the 80s or actually the 70s, Dr. Gary.
I grew up between the 70s and the 80s.
Yes,
Everything
so
from pet rocks.
So you are aware of the problem with David Berkowitz, correct?
Of course.
So now, Dr. Gary, do you believe that he is by himself? I believe he has friends out there also committing the shootings. My opinion.
That's very interesting. That's the same theory people had about the Zodiac killer. That since the person is motivated by infamy and sort of terrifying the public, that they might have had some confederates that were helping. That's very interesting. I have to think about it. I don't see any evidence of it, but it is not a ridiculous hypothesis in the case of that type of offender. Do you believe that he truly became Christian, like a religious figure?
Josh Diaz of the lab. I really want to present this question. My question is this: does Dr. Gary or Josh Diaz believe that this guy acted alone? David Berkowitz, the Son of Sam.
I do. That he did, but I don't think it's so ridiculous to ask the question of if there was some, involved. It's not the craziest question I've ever heard.
No, not at all.
Points to no, but it's an interesting question, actually. I have to give it a little thought. It's a smart question, actually.
That's what I always thought. I mean, a lot of the times when these cases are talked about, and
Yes.
it's always brought up, did this person act alone? Like, the lone gunman theory, things like that. It seems to come up quite often, but most of these guys, I think most of them were loners, to be honest with you.
Well, David Berkowitz, now Dr. Gary Brucato is a resident of New York City. So I believe he grew up in New York City, if I'm correct. And he would understand what it's like to grow up in that. Dr. Gary, were you around when that idiot was running around being stupid?
No.
I was. That was the 70s. I was a baby, but yeah.
You were a little kid, yeah.
Right. When you were a baby?
Well, the 70s. I was a kid. I was riding the big wheel. You know what I mean?
Big wheel. So that places you right at a very specific time. Right?
I thought a pogo stick was the greatest thing on the planet. All right.
I was more like a Return of the Jedi Ewok Village, kind of My Pet Monster, Boglins kind of era.
Listen, the great Dr. Gary Brucato. Dr. Gary, since you brought this thing up, you made my mind work. Dr. Gary, the incident where the two girls are both basically kidnapped off the street. I'm a big unsolved mysteries guy, and I seen that episode. This weirdo with a mustache, total freakazoid. Total weirdo.
Thursday.
Dr. Gary, do you know this story I'm talking about?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think
and
so.
The one girl, I wanted to, so I can make sure Dr. Gary knows. The one girl was actually interviewed about her girlfriend. I think they were in elementary school or junior high, whatever. And the other girl disappears. So I think Dr. Gary knows. And one of his books reminded me of the story, Dr. Gary.
The book about the two girls taken from the same bus stop.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. No, it's
and the one girl, Dr. Gary, the one girl was buried under like a concrete, like.
Yeah, I remember the story you're talking about. It was covered on those news shows where they would reenact the crime and to try to get like America's Most Wanted or Unsolved or whatever it was. Yeah, I remember that. But I to tell you the truth, it's sad to me that I don't remember the victims' names.
Hey, Dr. Gary, I joined Alcoholics Anonymous. You know what I do now? I have a beer and I change my name. I'm anonymous. Anyway, so now.
Well, okay. My grandfather used to tell the joke. He would drink like this. And like throw it back. And I'd say, "What are you doing, Grandpa?" He used to say, "The doctor told me to stay as far away from alcohol as possible."
Yo, guys, I gotta say this. Dr. Gary.
Yeah.
A pleasure to talk to you. Absolutely, Josh Diaz of The Lab. If you haven't watched The Lab After Dark, you're crazy. Watch The Lab After Dark, ladies and gentlemen. Now, listen, only Josh Diaz can hold an audience like that for a few hours. That's amazing, Josh.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
When people like you and Janet come on, it starts to feel like the very wee hours of the Jerry Lewis telethon. Remember when it would go on and they would have these characters that would come on? I'm going to play the accordion with my feet while juggling fish. It starts to feel like that. Like we've gotten to like the 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning kind of period of the telethon. You know what I'm saying?
Dr. Gary, I love you. Listen, Dr. Gary, I know everybody's watching. All the viewers are watching on The Lab. I'm not letting you off the hook, Dr. Gary. I wrote down Subway Guy, Bernie Goetz. Now, Bernie Goetz, I have a definite opinion on Bernie Goetz.
Let's hear it.
I believe, how many times can you be abused, threatened on the subway? How many times are you going to be pushed around? Listen, carrying a firearm is legal and lawful in New York City at this time. I'm not going to get into the laws of today. But now, so it's legal and lawful. Bernie Goetz is carrying a legal firearm. And listen, he's being pushed around. Stop being pushed around. Listen, I won't, Dr. Gary, Josh Diaz of the lab, I will not get on a New York City subway. I get driven back and forth. True story. I won't get on a subway because you know why? It becomes a cage match. It becomes a cage match. Some maniac attacks you. He can be dressed up as Elvis Presley or Michael Jackson. Who gives a fuck? This guy is going to dance around, ask you $2, and if you don't get the $2, you're ready for a fucking fight. What do you say, guys? Love you guys.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Michael.
Michael, that you're very funny. But you described my typical day, and it's true. I had a kid flip over my head one time like a marmoset. He was doing that Showtime, and the shoe came off. He was wearing like a loose sneaker. He said Showtime. He jumped like a marmoset, and the shoe came off. It wasn't funny. I was horrified. The damn shoe came off. Right. The sock was out. It was like near my head. I couldn't. I'll tell you a true story, but I don't usually tell this.
Oh, wow, please.
There's absolutely a true story. I was in a very empty train car, almost empty, and these 3 kids got on and they did their show because they had to do it on every car, whatever.
Every fucking car.
Right. Showtime. Losers. They put the music on. And I literally went like this. It's a true story. I went, get over here. Come here. They wanted to collect tips. I said, get over here. I said, how much I got to pay you to not do this crap? They said, I don't know, Mr. Whatever. So I gave him $5 to get the hell out of here. And then they didn't do it. I paid them not to do that stupid thing, but it worked. Because money talks with those kids, I went just like that. Get over here.
Oh God! All right, Michael, we got to move on, man. I appreciate it.
Great to see you, Josh Diaz of the lab, Dr. Gary Brucato, an absolute legend. Love you, Gary.
All right.
Love you, Josh. Good night. Thank you, everybody. Great to see everybody.
Appreciate it.
Oh my God. He is hilarious. Don't you think he's funny?
Yeah, he is.
My
okay.
brother needs to get together with him.
We're gonna rock through him.
My brother needs to get together with him.
Oh, Patty, where are you calling from?
Hi. Well, we can claim Melissa Peterman, Bob Dylan, and Prince.
Wait, say that again.
Oh, we can claim Melissa Peterman, Bob Dylan, and Prince.
You mean those people are all from the place you're from?
Yes.
Oh, I think I understand the joke. So,
but I don't know. I don't know where any of those people are from.
Oh, well, they're all from Minnesota.
Oh, I thought I knew Prince was from Minnesota. I thought I knew that. My
Bob
bad.
Dylan is from Duluth.
Well, that's in Minnesota. Well, I think he actually originated in, his mom lived over in Highland Park, which is in St. Paul. But
from Duluth, I know for a fact.
Oh, well, okay. He made a move there. But yes. And then Prince is from Chanhassen and Melissa Peterman is from Burnsville.
That's right. Yeah. Well, actually, I didn't know that about the last one. That I never heard before. That's
Oh.
And you also got, you've got Rosen Island.
Oh, and Jessica Lange lives in Stillwater, I think.
Oh.
But I don't think she's from here. But anyway, I was calling. Something happened the other day, and I started crying, and I got the goosebumps.
Oh, what happened?
And I have to tell you, Dr. Brucato, I think I told you guys this once before when I called in, but my mom had Alzheimer's and she was in a home, and I went every day for 10 years and I took care of her. And every day she lost something more, and I was lucky because I got to hear like her last song. I got to see like the last time she could write. And one of our songs was "Let Me Call You Sweetheart."
Oh,
and I was scrolling and up, and I sang along with you, and yep, and I sang along with you, and I cried a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Because I played it at the first of the public piano events coming out of my piano page. And
Yes, and it was the first time I'd really heard it since I sang it with her.
Oh.
So it had been a while. So that was.
Do you feel like it was like a sign or something?
It just felt really nice to hear it, and it was just a really warm memory. And it was actually the first time I heard you playing, so that was neat.
Well, let me ask you something. If you did see it as a sign, what do you think it would mean?
I don't really know because, like I said, I was there with my mom and I did hear her last words and see all those things. And I'd always thought like she would come back in my dreams or something and let me know if she's okay because we were so close. I've heard my dad's voice before, but I haven't actually like felt her presence coming back. So maybe just, her just reminding me of our good times that we had. I don't know.
Well, maybe she's trying to tell you that she's around.
I hope so. So that was really special. That's the main thing I really wanted to tell you. And then
it's beautiful. That means a lot. I get very discouraged about the piano page. So that means a lot to me.
Oh, I loved it. And there was I think there was a little boy sitting there with you too. I saw a couple after that, but that was cute.
When I played, the one of the people who attended had two little kids, and they couldn't help but jump up out of the audience and go sit next to me. So then I made one of the kids who could play a little bit with his pointer finger part of the show by having him like sort of hit the G note over and over again where it was necessary. And
I saw that. It was adorable.
It was very cute. Yeah.
That was very adorable. And then I hope you take this in a good way, but it's been bugging me who you remind me of. And I figured it out the other day. I looked him up. He is a deceased. No, he's a deceased actor, but when he was young, I'm going to say it, Sebastian Cabot. Have you heard that before?
The big fat actor from The Nanny and the Professor?
No, he was the butler on Family Affair. But I'm talking about a young Sebastian Cabot before he gained the weight. When young, handsome Sebastian Cabot.
In the time machine. Did you ever see Sebastian Cabot? Yo, that's brutal. Well, okay. I know what he looked like young. I'm not sure but okay. It's sweet that's he was famously enormous.
But I'm talking about before that. I'm talking about before that.
I know, but there was already the
famously enormous
beginnings. The difference itself.
Josh, you know who we're talking about? Are you too young to know him?
Oh, I know him. I'm too young to know him, but I know him anyway. Yes, he was a big fat.
No, I loved him. He was so strict, but he was really a teddy bear.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go. I'm gonna go start Ozempic immediately. No.
I was hoping you'd be flattered. He was really handsome.
Listen, I appreciate that, but
You look like a young Jabba the Hutt.
I mean,
I'm talking about before that.
but he was always sort of Sebastian Kennedy.
No, not before Family Affair. Not, but when he was like way younger than that. You have to look him up because he was really handsome.
I know everything about him. I'm horrified. All right, well,
He's famously enormous.
He was irresponsibly large.
I love it.
All right, well, listen, what movie do you have in mind?
What's eating Gilbert Grape is another.
The Sebastian Cabot?
Like Time Machine era, or even earlier than that?
Well, I think Family Affair was on in like 67, so it was way before that. Because he was already a little heavy in that one.
Yeah, no, I think he was always pretty heavy. I got to be honest with you. When was
really
Cabot heavy? Like not heavy, like grade school?
No, but I think early adulthood.
Oh, I got to tell you, there are a lot of things I could see coming in this world, but being compared to Sebastian Cabot, that is
wonderful.
That is something else. Well, I don't know what to say. I mean, please tell me that you have some kind of visual issue. I mean, do you wear very heavy glasses?
Yes, I do. Okay. I'm having eye surgery quite soon.
Oh, thank God. Please, God, let this woman have cataracts or something. No, what are you talking about, Sebastian Cabot? You remind me of you remind me of the joke that
He's so handsome, he is.
Who, Sebastian Cabot?
Yes.
I can't take it. This reminds me of the old joke where the guy sits this kid down and says, Joey. He says, I'm the one in the middle, you blind drunk. All right, well, anyway, now hold on.
There he is. He's right. He's so. Look at the hair and the beard.
You think?
But you still have to get a version about 10 years earlier, maybe. He's very sweet and handsome. You don't see it?
Listen, 5 of me could fit inside of Sebastian.
God, I'm gonna pass out.
He is gigantic.
Please
show a picture.
No, Josh, don't you have a younger one?
Yeah, but I'm not gonna show it because this one's funny.
Oh.
No.
Well, I mean it as a very big compliment. Look at how sweet and kind he looks.
Distinguished.
Yeah, very much so. Yes.
He looks
and he was good to the children.
Looks like Santa Claus dressed up as Satan for Halloween.
Please he does.
Off the screen. It's like Laird Krieger or something. Get that out of here. I'm
so sorry. I thought you'd be flattered. He was so handsome.
I'm not flattered. I'm fattered. Seriously.
I'm going to send you a good picture of him. You know what he looks like younger.
I'm sorry. I would like to think I'm better than.
One time somebody said I look like Dom DeLuise, so don't feel bad.
I won't say that. I won't say that.
With me, that stuck with me for a really long time. So
maybe you mean Raymond Burr. Do you mean young Raymond?
No.
Yes, I think so.
Well, I hope your surgery is good and they get you new non-desiccated eyes.
And then we'll have you look at Dr. Gary again and then reassess.
Yeah, you'll be like, oh no, I was totally wrong. And then you'll tell me that I look like Peter Lorre or something.
Well, I don't know if I should tell you this, but I called my girlfriend and I said, don't you think Dr. Gary looks like Sebastian Cabot? And she looked and she said, yes, I do. I do, when he was much younger. So decades before he gained the weight, I promise. I am so sorry if I offended you, but decades before he was heavy.
Oh, no, thank you so much for calling in.
I really appreciate. I have to find a picture of him young, but I think it's gonna just look like him, like still the same. But okay, I'm gonna look it up. I promise. I
I
feel
promise you like it. I'll promise you like it.
feel strangely assailed, but I hope I appreciate it. It would have been better if you said, like, somebody that was,
Well, I see a little bit of Clooney in there too.
there's an interesting mix. I'm sure.
Oh,
There you go.
see, now you're not offended at all. Now you're like, thank you. Yeah.
I'll take that one. But I mean, it's like one of those people that, like, someone gets you all excited. You know who you look like? That's famous. And then, like,
I knew because
Louis Anderson, and you're like,
I knew when she said, "I hope you don't take this the wrong way," that you were going to take it the wrong way, and I was so ready for it.
Yeah, but she pulled out a real doozy with this one. I mean, my God. Anyway, all right. Well,
Not that
I
bad,
really
man.
appreciate it. I found a young picture of him, and I actually feel worse. Now,
No.
yes,
I confirmed it with my friend. That is well, that's not the best picture of him, but he's yes, very handsome. I even confirmed it with my friend. I hope I didn't offend you. I'm so sorry, but
you didn't offend me. I just hope that you know that I'm not even
Right.
remotely.
You're clinically blind. It's okay.
I know. But I meant long before he did gain the weight. And I even said when he was much younger. But hey, I've had Louis Anderson, I think, is another Minnesotan.
Mm-hmm.
Gary, check your phone, please.
Are you going to be okay, Dr. Gary?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm quite content with my appearance. I don't think I have to worry that I look like Sebastian Bloated Cabot, but I appreciate the comment, and I'm going to try very hard to move on
Bloated
with my life. Yes, but nobody would describe Sebastian Cabot as attractive. I mean, I have to be honest with you.
I think he's attractive.
Well, my girlfriend and I think he's attractive, or thought he was attractive before he gained all the weight and got older.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I appreciate it very much that you think I look like a dirigible, like a Zeppelin. Now I'm going to move on. All right. Well, thank you so much. I'm going to try to.
I thought it was hilarious. Thank you so much.
You're going to try to get over it. I'm sorry.
Try to get over it. But thank you very much. Well, at least you think he's attractive. So, in other words, it's like the comparison is being made to compliment me. So, I'm not
Yes.
the wrong way.
Whatever helps you sleep.
Whatever helps me to sleep. Right. All right. Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
All right.
Well, have a good night. And I have some true crime stuff, but I'm going to save that for the next time.
Okay. I appreciate it.
It's getting late. Have a good night.
All right. Take care. Thanks, Pat. Bye. You all right?
Yeah.
That was funny. I'm telling you, whenever somebody says
you set that up, didn't you?
I got Dom. No, I didn't. I wish I would have, but I got Dom DeLuise before. Like, that was rough.
I still think it was funny to say. I'm not flattered. I'm flattered.
That was pretty funny too.
No, you don't think I look like that guy? I hope.
No.
Thank you.
But she thinks this guy's hot.
It's the funniest. I think that's the funniest part of the whole thing. She's actually a lovely person, even though.
Yeah.
Let's just say I wouldn't want her driving my bus, but I think she's funny.
Did you look at your phone yet?
Yes. I looked. It's the mirror. I won't be looking into it. If I could fit in it. All right. So the best is that she called a friend up who agreed. That's my favorite part. I would have been happier if she said Boris Karloff.
That is just too.
All right. Well, no. In all seriousness, I fortunately, I don't become offended by such things because I don't feel insecure about those things. Do you actually get offended when people say things like that? You look like
no, not at all.
Like dead, huge celebrity or something. Anyway,
Not at all.
Cabot. Oh man, I'm never gonna forget that. Okay.
All right.
Moving along.
All right, we got one. Let me see. One last. Cool. So far, Adriana.
Hey, I think he looks like Alfred Molina. You know, the guy from Spider-Man.
Yeah, I can see that. I think he honestly looks a little like Mark Ruffalo. Seriously, he's good looking.
That's interesting.
You don't think
Gary's like so done with this? Like,
he's had it. He's had it.
So why did
anybody who can name somebody remotely attractive?
You don't think Mark Ruffalo is attractive?
Yeah, I think he's attractive enough. You know, I'm not too offended by that.
He's attractive.
Yeah. Alfred Molina.
But I think you look
they are
like you just. I think you have like your own distinct look. To be honest with you, you just look like you. I don't think you look like anybody.
Like
no, of course not. I'm saying
compared to Sebastian Cabot is a low blow.
That's one of the funniest things I've ever heard.
I almost died. I mean, she might as well have said Andre the Giant. It's ridiculous. I mean, she was great, but bro, I mean, come on.
That's
all right. Now move on.
So, okay, why did the forensic psychologist bring a ladder to the interview? Why? Because the suspect's story had too many levels of denial. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you.
Gary is just toast. He's hurt.
No, I actually don't care.
Anyway, I don't know. We had so many lighthearted calls, and I wanted to talk about psychopaths. So I don't know if that's kind of a rough way to end the night, or
no, I don't think so.
Go on.
You're free.
So anyway, because I was watching this lady, Dr. Julia Shaw. She's a German Canadian criminal psychologist. I don't know if you heard of her.
Yeah.
Anyway, so she was discussing this common misconception about sadism, and like when people imagine a sadist, they may picture someone who is psychopathic and does not care what other people think or feel. But sadistic gratification requires some capacity to register another person's suffering, because if the person did not perceive or respond to the suffering at all, there will be nothing sadistic to enjoy, right? So
true. Sometimes some sadists are not emotionally invested; they're just experimenters. Some schizoid autistic offenders engage in sadistic seeming behavior, but the word sadism is a misnomer because they don't feel much at all about the person.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the more psychopathic type that has to imagine the feelings of another person to imagine their pain. So I think the point that's being made there is true about half the time. The other half of the time, the offender is a schizoid obsessional type that is motivated more by an experimentation. The type of person who might be played in a movie by Sebastian Cabot in his younger days.
Do I look like Dom DeLuise?
Somebody said you look like Dom DeLuise?
Yeah, dead serious too. They thought it was a compliment.
He was a wonderful cook.
Do you think you think I look like him?
Well, he's way older though.
That's true. I think he's dead now, but
yeah, and so replying to a chat, yes, I did call before. With the BK letter.
Oh yeah. That was the book. The
yep.
BK book, yeah.
So will you say that with sadism, the suffering has positive motivational value? You know, because like, does it? I don't know what you say. It's experimental, but so you say like they're not really attuned at all to what the other person is experimenting on their end. I just never heard of that conception of sadism, if you will.
To be honest with you, I've been saying that for years, but it's only true of a portion of people who engage in sadism. I think it's better not to say that a person is a sadist, but to say that they engage in sadistic acts, because to call them a sadist is to presume the motive, and
that's true.
It's better to say they engage in an act that appears sadistic or something like that, because I'm telling you, there are some of these people like Robert Berdella. Robert Berdella was like a schizoid obsessional or schizoid autistic, you might say, guy who, and that isn't to suggest that autistic people are violent. They're very rarely so. But that term refers to that kind of mechanical detachment that some people have, which can really add to cruelty in the sense that you could get very experimental with a body, for example. And in that sense, they can do sadistic things without being particularly good at reading other people's emotions. And then the other type is the psychopath that has a kind of empathy and can feel your feelings, doesn't care about them, and lacks compassion. So
when you say that they experiment, are you saying that they're just harming the person instrumentally speaking, like as if they were an obstacle, or the harm serves a goal?
Saying that they honestly are toying around to understand the body, how it works, what happens when you do this to that. It's like dealing with like somebody taking a telephone apart to understand the innards of it.
Yeah. So will you say that the victim's suffering is recognized, but it just remains incidental to this person's objective?
When Rene Descartes was asked why animals made noise when they were harmed, given that he didn't believe they had souls, he thought it was just the sort of sound the machinery made. That he didn't think that it was coming from life or anything. And he was a very mechanical, detached, one might even say autistic individual. And, it's interesting. I think when people have that kind of mechanical way of thinking, they can sometimes not imagine the human aspect of another person. When that is mixed in with the kind of psychopathic personality structure, it's very dangerous. Like Jeffrey Dahmer, for example. Jeffrey Dahmer was psychopathic and arguably on the autism spectrum. And
really? I didn't.
Yes, Michael Stone was convinced that Jeffrey Dahmer
I could see that.
And his whole solution to how he was going to deal with abandonment was very concrete. I'll kill people, turn them into slaves, make them into zombies, and eat them.
Right.
He had that sort of, and so the phrase that's used is schizoid autistic detachment, and it doesn't generally have much to do with true autism. It just means that you have a way of thinking about people in a way that's too detached. And so, and that's dangerous when it's on top of psychopathy. So anyway, well, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. And regarding this, like when both traits are present, can the person retain enough cognitive empathy, mentalizing, or pain recognition to read the victim's fear and suffering accurately while lacking the effective response that will normally make that information aversive?
Unfortunately, we don't have enough data to answer that question. Criminals are a protected population. It's very hard to do research with them. And you never can believe anything they say anyway. So, it's a hard thing to answer that. Do I think that it's possible? Yeah. I mean, look, Anna Salter interviewed people that talked about almost believing that the victim. There was one guy that she interviewed where the guy thought he kept claiming that he thought that the woman he was assaulting and torturing was enjoying it because he didn't understand the sound she was making. Well, that's very disturbing, and then the question is that BS? So, it would be an extremely difficult question to answer. I'm very data driven, and I don't know how you would collect data on that. So I think It's impossible to answer that. It's possible, but I don't know.
Got it.
I think it depends
Okay.
on the offender. There's no black and white answer.
Dr. Gary,
Yeah.
like Teddy Swims. You know who Teddy Swims is?
Do I want to look up Teddy Swims?
Probably not.
They think you look like him, or I do. You mean the singer?
Yeah.
With the tattooed face?
Yeah.
Oh, I got to pull a picture of him up. Hold on.
Adriana, do you know who Teddy Swims is?
I do not, but I have Google, so
You don't look anything like him, Josh.
it's good.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
He's got all tattoos.
he's got tattoos on his face. He's a very talented singer, though. Very talented.
You look nothing like him.
All right.
I look nothing like Sebastian Cabot. So
I do agree with that. I just thought it was funny because the best part was when you were like, I hope you have some sort of eye problem. And she's like, I'm having surgery on my eyes.
That was the best. And then I was like, thank God.
That was, thank God.
It was so terrible. Because otherwise, what was I supposed to think? But the best is she called her friend up and the friend agreed. That's the funniest part.
Oh, man. That was so, I know. That's awesome.
I wanted to say, did you see this friend?
Oh, jeez. I'm hurting. My face hurts.
That was pretty funny, though. She was a lovely person, though. I just don't agree with her.
Right. I think she felt bad, to be honest. So.
Well, because it was intended to be nice, but you know. Anyway, in all seriousness, thank you for the questions, and you know, we appreciate it. And
you always have great questions every time.
Thank you. Yeah, I try to, like, also with ADD, I just dump everything into Word and then try to read the notes. And but yeah, I was just conceptualizing psychopathy that weakens some of the ordinary restraints against harming another person, and sadism adding a positive reward for the suffering. And I had in mind, like, psychopathy reducing the brakes while sadism supplying an accelerator. But I don't know, maybe. Anyways, that's why I just wanted to talk.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. And Josh, I think that's the last caller, right?
That's the last one. Yep.
All right, guys. Well, have a great night.
Bye-bye. That's it, man. We're done. I appreciate it. I know you're exhausted. I am tired myself. I got to take these dogs out, Sebastian. And I can't. I'm sorry. I mean, it's just that was like a sleeping pill for me. I laughed so hard. And I'm tired.
I'm not gonna say that it wasn't funny, but I can't get over it because it was so ridiculous. I mean, Josh, come on. It would be like if somebody called you up and said and insisted that you looked like, I don't know, I'm trying, like Morgan Freeman. You're Morgan Freeman. You look like Morgan Freeman.
Look, it's not that extreme.
Thing I've ever seen.
Morgan Freeman's an old black man.
It's that ridiculous to me.
By the way,
compare me to Sebastian Cabot. Come on, bro.
And by the way, I wouldn't mind looking like Morgan Freeman or having his
for
that matter. Morgan Freeman?
Morgan Freeman's awesome, okay?
Oh, he's the best. Yeah, I love him.
He makes everything sound awesome.
Are you on the interview room this weekend?
I don't think so.
Yeah. I don't know. We both got a text from Chris. Him and his bride are out and about.
I didn't get it.
Yeah, so he sent it to both of us.
When?
He's on the beach. He's in Oceanside. You know, it's funny. I was on the phone with him yesterday when he was pulling into Oceanside. We were talking on the phone, and all of a sudden, you just hear this wee woo wee, and Chris had his window down and he's screaming. He's yelling. Gary, he's going, "They're playing my song." He was really happy to be able to see John.
Oh, so be.
I'm very happy for them. So,
all right. Well,
Dr. Gary, I would get some sleep. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it, and that was the most ridiculous. I think that was one of the weirdest few hours I've had in a long time. I feel like I'm in a fever dream, actually. It started somewhere with Janet. And
Yeah.
Janet launched us somewhere, I don't know, Luxembourg. And from Luxembourg, where we took a side trip, apparently,
Yeah.
then Michael with the sort of frenzied, discussion of New York crime, and then next thing you know, it just and before you knew it, we were at, me as the fat man with the beard and the family affair and then it just was downhill from there. It was just whacked out. It was a whack.
He was famous. He was famously fat. That was so funny.
But he was.
I mean, that's not really what he's known for, is it?
No, that's what he was known for.
Being fat?
Literally, like that was his whole thing. But his charm was that he was a roly-poly person. That's what's so horrifying about it. If you know anything about Sebastian Cabot, you'd be.
I know who I like. I know the name,
and I got battered. I got battered. I mean, seriously, that's Anyway,
Gary, we'll finish it off on this really quick. What is something one should look for, pay more attention to everyday life that they often do not in others? What is something one should look for, pay more attention to everyday life?
What is something one should look for, pay more attention in everyday life that they often do not in others? Trying to find something good in them. Try to find something good in everybody. It's hard sometimes, but there is.
It can be for sure.
Try to give everyone, like I was saying before, try to give everybody a compliment, some kind of compliment, some random thing.
Also, yeah, you do that, and you do give people compliments. That is something that you do quite often. Make sure to check out Dr. Gary's piano page. Also, if we can run the link again for his raffle for his books, he's going to start his real journey on YouTube with his piano page, and that'll be.
I got other things going on, but probably in a couple of months. But
yeah, it'll be
I got equipment, and then have to figure out how to set it all up.
Well, that's what I'm here to help you with, and so it'll be really cool. So make sure to check them out and get some sleep, huh?
Okay, I'm gonna try to pretend that was all one big giant,
like a fever dream.
Yeah, like I'm gonna wake up with like a morphine drip or something. All right, well, thank you,
like Jon Favreau.
It gets worse, man.
I know, dude.
You gotta stop, like before it's
Favreau. I'm not reading the comments anymore.
The one compliment I have to say I loved was I met John Astin, who played Gomez Addams. And at the time I was with a woman who had long black hair, and he said that she and I reminded him of Gomez and Morticia. That was a compliment.
Yeah. I don't know how is that a compliment?
Because Gomez is awesome. You don't love Gomez Addams?
Orson Welles, Josh.
The young Orson Welles or huge, enormous Orson Welles? Orson Welles became massive in his old age, famously heavy.
He's famous.
Another example. Right. Yes. I'm being compared to these.
No, I'm Orson Welles.
You look nothing like Orson Welles.
Nor do you.
No. Rosebud. You look nothing like him. That's also preposterous. But now they're just trolling us.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they're having a good time.
Yeah. Well, all right. It could have been worse. At least I didn't say I look like Martha Ray. Okay. On that note, I will talk to you later.
All right, Dr. Gary. Thanks a lot. We really appreciate you.
All right. Bye. Jon Favreau. Get out of here, bro.
Oh man, that was a fun show. That was fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and we will see you guys. Arnold Schwarzenegger. We'll see you guys either tomorrow or Sunday. Yeah. tomorrow or Sunday. Thank you to all the callers. Thank you to everybody, the new members. Thank you for the likes and the super chats. Also, thank you for just being here. We appreciate you guys. It was a good solid 4 hours. So we were hanging deep tonight, guys. Thank you so much, and have a good night.